Okay, I'm live.
You're live.
I'm live.
See you later, Kat. See you in a few, Yorga.
Have a good one.
Change the layout. There you go. Okay, I found a trailer that I want. I'm just working on the money to get it transferred from Pennsylvania.
Hello, Jeff. Where's everybody else? Where's Yorga? Oh, of course. Am I on mute?
Oh, Milo don't know where he's at right now, folks. But the link is in the chat if you want to come up, jump up.
There he is.
I made it.
Okay.
Late as usual.
I have to. Yeah, well, I'm technically challenged.
I had to pee.
All right. Well, cool. Cool. We get to continue our conversation at Studebaker.
Hey, Yorga, you're on the East Coast, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Do me a favor. Go over to Pennsylvania, pick up a trailer for me, and bring it down here to Arizona.
Okay.
It'd be cheaper.
I got a pickup truck with a trailer hitch. And we can do it.
It better be a big engine in it.
It doesn't. Nah. It's got a 6-cylinder. That's the only thing.
Yeah, you probably don't want to move this one. It's a 39-footer.
Jesus Christ. No, I don't want to do that. But I carry my boat around with it. But I wish I did have a V8 in it. There's the live. Okay, cool.
I remember my old pickup truck. Had a 6-cylinder in it, and I loved that truck.
I love this one too. I bought it brand new in 2008. It's a Chevy Silverado. It was like the basic thing, you know. They used to call it the work truck. It wasn't called that then, but it was like a whatever, you know, boring. But I do love that truck. I love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I can't carry. No, hell no, I can't carry that thing. You need a big dually for that, man. That's a cool camp. That's a cool camper, though. Damn it.
Price is just right.
I could get in so much trouble in that thing.
Oh, we all could.
I have enough for it. I just can't afford the shipping yet.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're trying to buy the thing, but it's in Pennsylvania and you're in Arizona.
Well, unfortunately, I can only find good deals outside of Arizona.
Well, then you need to figure it out, baby. You need to get a truck or something.
Oh, I got to figure it out. It's just going to take a little while to get the funds for the shipping.
That's nice, man.
It's about $3,000 to have it shipped out.
Yikes.
That ain't that bad, though. When you think about it.
Shipping, oh. No, I haven't seen him in a while. There's a guy I know that he runs RVs from Indiana to wherever they have to go to. He could ship it, but I haven't seen him in a while.
The trailer itself is only 2,500.
It's 2,500 pounds, the whole thing.
No, $2,500.
The whole thing for $2,500.
Yep. And then
Whoa.
another 3,000 to ship it.
No, I don't do that.
When shipping costs more than the actual product.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not leaky, with rain and stuff. Shoot, man, you're gonna have to find something to pull it with anyhow. Go get you something.
Well, I'm working on that. I mean, my truck is taking a shit dive. Milo knows that.
And it wouldn't have done it anyway.
Actually, no, that would have carried it.
No.
If the 4-wheel drive and everything was perfect, yes, it would carry it.
No, it wouldn't.
It would carry it empty. Yes, it would.
No, it would have killed that bit.
No.
I've got a 2000 Jeep Grand Cherokee, which is kind of my hoopty, but it's a V8. It's a 4.7, I think, and it's got a trailer hitch. And I've thought about pulling my boat with it, but I'm just like, man, this thing is so old. It's got like 180,000 miles on it. I put a new motor in it 3 years ago. So, I mean, it's kind of good to go, but I'm worried about the transmission. And it's just like, I don't think I want to put that through. It's so old.
See, I kind of wished I still had my Jeep Commander.
Those are cool. Those are
had
super
the
cool.
Hemi in it. Oh. But the basic tune-up on that fucker was expensive. You had to put, it had 2 spark plugs per cylinder.
Ooh. Is that because of Hemi?
Yep.
I don't know that much about them. I know the heads are symmetrical.
I'll tell you what sucked about the Jeep Commander is that it used the power steering to power the fan blade. So it was a hydraulic fan blade system. And when that thing was out, that thing was hard to find. I had to call a salvage yard and have one shipped from Texas.
Man, I'm lucky because I can go to my local junkyard. And it's funny because I've got a 2000 Jeep Grand Cherokee. It's gold. And at my junkyard, there's 3 of them sitting there. They're the same color, same year, same everything. I could go and yank anything off of those cars and bring them home. And just about every time it works.
Well, this truck's about to go. This SUV is about to go to this junkyard. The transmission's going out. The differential, or not differential. Transfer case is gone. Electrical issues. AC went out. I just spent $500 on the AC system last year.
I put so much money in this damn Jeep I have. I originally bought it for my daughter. It's going to be her first car, a used car or whatever. And we kept having much trouble with it that I didn't like her driving it. So I just gave her my new car, which is at the time was a 2015 Ford Escape. Good car. That's what I drove down to Jeremy's house. We just swapped, and I kept on, putting more. I put so much money into this Jeep that it's like cheaper to keep her. You know what I mean? I couldn't sell it right now for, it's got a new radiator, new motor, man. I mean, new everything, man.
Why is it that Jeeps are one of the biggest vehicles to have to replace parts on?
I don't know. Maybe because they're part Chrysler. I'm being honest about that. The funny thing, which has not been funny for me, is the reason I keep that 4-wheel drive Jeep out there is because every now and then we'll get a snowstorm from hell here. And I don't like being stranded. But every time it snows, I'll get in that car and it will break down. It's the only reason I have it, man. And it'll break down every damn time.
But I'm not a fan of any type of or any manufacturer. But if you had say, a Ford F-250, you know you're going to be able to get out and it's going to fire up and it's going to go through whatever you need to go through.
I agree.
So, I mean, and it's not, I'm not a Ford guy. But any manufacturer is going to have that one vehicle that will do you want it to do.
We grew up being Ford people. We had Mustangs. We had a few Mustangs. Of course, my dad had the T-Birds and everything. And he got upset at me when I bought a Chevy. And he was like, you're going to leave the what do you call it, the fine family of Ford vehicles or something like that. You know, because back then people were like, Ford or Chevy or and I'm like, I like them all, man. I've got a Jeep, I've got a Ford, I've got 2 Chevys, you know, whatever.
We've always been a Ford family. Matter of fact, my sister is the head HR manager out here for Ford Credit. We've been nothing but a Ford family.
Well, that's how we were too, but I looked at it differently. I was like, man, I'd have friends that have Chevelles and stuff, and I'm like, man, that's a fucking cool car, you know? And I'm driving a Mustang, you know. It didn't matter to me. It still doesn't matter to me.
Hell,
Hell,
to
I
be
got
honest
I
with
got
you,
a Corvette, you know. I mean, shit.
I'd rather have a Chevette right now.
I love those. I love Chevettes.
Those engines lasted for it. The body would give out before the engine gave out.
Well,
I
it wasn't
love
okay.
Chevettes.
That's the thing is that we, you know, in other car clubs, we always called them Shove-Its.
Hey, my friend had one.
It's technically a vet, though. It's technically
no.
My best friend had one, and his starter went out, and yeah, I was the one who got out to push because it was clutch. But
run started.
Yeah, we push started all the freaking time. It took 2 months for him to get the starter replaced. Then after that, the oil light came on. We ran it for another 2 months with the oil light on. He traded it in. He actually 6 months after that, he found the guy that owned it, that bought it from the dealership that he traded in it with. He asked how it was running. He said it runs like a dream, and we told him how we ran it for 2 months with the oil light on, and he's like, I've had no problems with that thing. Those fucking engines last forever.
I could tell you a funny ass Chevette story if you got a minute.
Oh, we got a lot of minutes.
I used to, back when I was in the hairdo bands back in the 80s, all of us had our hair down to here. I lived with a guy named Joe who was a bass player. We shared an apartment. He had a black Chevette. Okay, it's, you know, I'm trying to think of the year. It was probably 83, 84, something like that. But this guy, and still to this day, we're friends. But he was like MacGyver. He was always coming up with new inventions and new things and new, you know, just constantly, you know. So he had a dirt bike. He had a Yamaha YZ250, if you know what that is, dirt bike.
Yeah.
But he only had this Chevette. So he came up with this system. He took all these 2x4s and stuff. And I mean, he did it right. He took all these 2x4s and shit and mounted on the back of the Chevette. And so you could remember how the Chevette had the hatchback? He could take this YZ250 and put it up, mount it up on top of the back of that Chevette and strap it all down and everything. And it was good to go. I'm like, damn, Joe, you're a fucking genius, man. So he had it all set like that. And we used to practice in this band practice down in this big old building down in downtown Richmond, right? You know, it's urban. And there was a alley right between 2 buildings that we could park at. And we went up into the music store to just shoot the shit. So we parked up in there, went in there, shot the shit for a while. We're having a couple of beers. And these other guys we knew that they had a dump truck that hung out with us. They'd show up. And we had a few more beers with them. We're hanging around for like an hour or something. And we it was bad because I was riding with Joe, the guy with the Chevette, you know. And we said, all right, we'll see y'all later. We went out to get in the Chevette, and the Chevette wasn't there. It was this dump truck was sitting there. I'm like, Joe, where's your car? He's like, I don't fucking know.
Oh,
Those guys who we knew, and then we were all friends with the dump truck, they never saw his car. So they backed that dump truck up into that alley, pushed the motorcycle through the window of the Chevette. I mean, destroyed the freaking car and just pushed it on back, and then came on in and were hanging out with us. We didn't know. They didn't know. He went back in there and started cussing them out. I was like, Joe, come on, man. They didn't see the damn car, right? And I had to ride all the way back home in that Chevette with his motorcycle hanging through the back window. And it was like, continue not to laugh. And I live with this guy, you know, he's pissed off as hell. And I'm thinking, this is the funniest shit I ever seen.
No. I got one for you. I got one for you.
All right, good.
When I was in high school, had a friend of mine that he finally got his license and could drive. He got a Chevy Vega. If you remember.
Oh, yeah, I like Vegas, too. I like Vegas.
They were they're cute little cars, but he got one.
I got lucky in a Vega one time.
How the hell did you do that? There's not enough room.
It was a station wagon.
Oh, wait, you're short, aren't you?
Yeah, but it was a station wagon. It had the Woody shit on the side. I love that.
Oh.
Yeah.
But so one day we're sitting there.
Yeah, I'm sure you had a Woody too.
I know. I got a Woody too.
You got to wait. Where did this go?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I mean, if you have a Woody right now, take care of it.
No, I had a Woody when I was in the Woody.
But no, one day I actually had 6 football players. I said, you know what? I want to play a joke on this guy. Can you pick that car up and spin it around?
Oh, yeah.
Because he nosed it in when he parked. And we all rode with him back and forth to school. Just pick it up and turn it around. And they did. And so he comes out the next day, that day, and comes out and looks at it and goes, when I pulled into the parking lot, I nosed into the parking lot. Why is it the other way? I looked at him and said, I don't know. Did you go out to lunch? No, I didn't go out to lunch. But I think I parked it. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you're thinking something wrong. So the next day, I look at these 6 football players and I went, okay, the school has 2 parking lots. Can you pick the car up and put it in the other one? They picked that car up and carried it down the road and put it in the other parking lot.
That would be a lot.
It was fucking hysterical watching them do it. But the biggest thing was what, we all come out there after classes and he's like, he gets to the parking spot that he put it in and he goes, my car's gone. And we just look at him. Nobody else knew. But I just look at him and says, what do you mean? He says, my car's gone. I parked my car here. And there's a bunch of other cars around at the time, so you can't see the other parking lot. He calls the police. Well, by the time the police get there, everybody else is left. Now you can see his car in the other parking lot.
Woo!
Oh, it gets better.
Oh, good.
So the police get there and they go, "What does your car look like?" "What's a yellow Chevy Vega?" And they go, "Like that one over there?" He goes, "How'd it get there?"
That's beautiful. I love shit like that.
Oh, no, no.
I love funky people like that, man. Hell, yeah.
It gets worse.
Okay, good.
20 years later, when he's getting married, and he has selected me to be his best man. During the middle of the best man speech, and I just stop. And I go, "Oh, remember that time that your car went from one parking lot to the other?" And he just goes, and I'm like, "Yeah."
That's a good one. I have a friend. I have a friend that he's actually older than me by a year or two. His first car was a Vega, 73 Vega, brand new, and it was the sporty model. I don't know if it was an FS or what, but it was red and it had the two black stripes that went, across the hood, and it was good looking Vega. He still has that car. He still has it. His very first car, which is crazy. Yeah, he used to autocross it. You know what autocross is? Go to the parking lots. And maybe he still does. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a long time. But yeah, he still has that Vega. 73, had it brand new. And that was a pretty good running little Vega. A lot of Vegas were total shit. Just like the Pintos were. But
I don't know. I got arguments against that. I have a 72 Pinto station wagon.
Really?
That would run like hell.
You still have it?
No.
Oh, you had one. Okay.
No, I wish I did.
Man, I remember my sister got a 71 Pinto, brand new, with the hatchback. And I remember just being in that car, and everything was brand new, and the smell of it. And I love that car, too. That's something that's really unique with my Corvette. It's a 75 Corvette, all original interior, but you can get in it. And I never thought about it until a friend of mine got into it, and she said, "Oh, the smell." And I went, "Yeah." Those old GMs from the 70s had a certain smell to them, and my car still has that. I'm not saying it's a good smell, but it's that smell of a Vega smelled like that. A Corvette, of course. The Chevelle, everything is something to do with the vinyl or something that's in there. And mine, believe it or not, still has that smell, which is cool.
So your car has gas?
No. It's not like that. Yeah. It's my car is a nightmare to drive. I mean, it's hot. It's the hottest thing you ever driven. You do get gas smell sometimes, but it has. It's a cool. I love hot rods, man. And in my old age, I bought one. I put a new motor in it, and it's freaking cool. What do you do? Got the T-tops. It's got the T-tops, and everybody goes, "Man, you should take those tops off." I'm like, "Man, you know how hot that is? If the sun is shining, if the sun is shining, it's horrible. But if it's like a cloudy day and kind of not so hot, it's great. Take the T-tops off. It's freaking cool."
Yeah, screw you. Do you know how much of a hassle that is?
No, taking them off and putting them on isn't that much of a hassle. I have covers for them, and in 5 minutes I got them off or got them on or whatever, and I put the covers in and put it back in the boot, And
I just remember the days of the the T-Bird hardtops. Why aren't you running with the ragtop on? Okay, because it's a bitch to take the hardtop off.
Yeah. Did you know that convertible cars? Let's take any car, a Camaro. Let's just take Camaro, and the hardtop weighs a certain amount, but
Yeah.
the ragtop one is way heavier. Way heavier. Yeah.
Well,
All
yeah,
convertibles are heavier than
a
hardtop.
lot of it was just the fabric weight.
What's that?
A lot of that was the weight of the fabric, the
I-
frame.
I don't know the exact reason, but I know there's a lot of weight in mechanism. It has to go back. And I think they have to stiffen up the car itself because you don't have, the twist of you know what I'm saying? A convertible will twist more.
I don't know. I don't know. Because I know Thunderbirds. I know the Thunderbirds. They didn't have that twist, but it was. I mean, the frame weighed nothing, but the fabric.
That was a good car. Mavericks. That was a good car.
Oh God, I love the Mavericks.
I got lucky in a Maverick too. I love Mavericks. So they use those at the drag strip a lot because they were so light.
Okay, since we went there, what was your first car?
Me,
Yeah.
you're going to be jealous. In 1969, my father, I was 9 years old in the fourth grade, and my father bought a brand new Mustang Mach 1, white, red stripes, black hood, had a Windsor in. People used to hoot on us because, it's a Windsor, it's not a Cleveland, but it had a Windsor in it, Autolite 4-barrel. And by the time I got to be 16, I bought that car for my dad. So my very first car was a 69 Mach 1, and I knew where it'd been. You know what I mean? It wasn't some ragged out, and God, I was thinking about that car today. I wish I still had it. It was beautiful. It hauled ass. My first car was something that a 16-year-old shouldn't have had, if you know what I mean.
My first car was a 1975 Cadillac Eldorado.
That's a cool freaking car, too. Front wheel drive.
Like that little car.
Oh, I love Eldorados. I love them. And the what was the other ones that GM had that were like that? The Riviera and the Tornado.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Remember those?
My first car was by a company that Jeep bought out, then Dodge bought out.
AMC?
Yes. I had a 72 Hornet station wagon.
Ooh, God, what would that be? What would that be worth right now?
Ended up being a one of a kind because they originally had the 269s in them.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
But the problem was, and my grandfather, who I got it from, took it back to GMC or to AMC
AMC.
3 times, and it was at the same time while AMC was being taken over by GMC, and they actually had to come out and figure out what the fuck was wrong with the car. And one of the engineers finally said, drop a 302 into it.
There you go.
So I get this car, and it says 289 on the side, or whatever it was, the original engine. I had a 302 in it. So all those kids that wanted to drag race with me,
Yeah.
I just blew them out of the water.
In a station wagon.
in a station wagon.
Yeah, that's what I like.
You got beat by a station wagon. I
We
mean,
we had a guy up the road from us back in the 70s that had a Vista Cruiser. Remember those station wagons? And they had those cool
That
windows up
70s
top.
show.
Man, I love those. It was like a Cutlass station wagon, and he topped it up, man. Put Kragers on it, fat wheels and stuff. That Vista Cruiser, I was jealous as shit of that car, man. It was awesome, man. Had those little windows up top. Remember those things?
yeah. But the Vista Cruiser, the big thing about that is in the back, you had the fold out seats.
Well, you had the one seat that looked backwards out of the window.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that.
God. If we could have those cars again.
Man, only if we could have those cars. That's why I like to hold on to this vet, because it's a little piece of, that time. And the great thing about a vet is if you get one with a good body, which I have, I mean, everything fits like, it should. The doors go boom when and it doesn't have rust, which a lot of people think with a vet, well, right, rust. It's no body rust, but the frame can rust on a vet. You know what I mean? So mine is just really, it's got a lot of integrity, build wise. The frame and the body and everything in it. And it had a shit motor in it. 1975 was when I got my car. You lift the hood and go, oh, and it was, of course, it was a 350, but that was the worst year for horsepower. That car originally only had 165 horsepower in it, which I was okay with. The main reason I bought it is because it had a 4-speed. I was like, I don't want an automatic. And what happened to Fat Man? And so once I figured out the motor was shot and it was a shit motor anyway, I just threw a great motor in it. It's 333 horsepower now. So yeah, it's been fun. I've done a lot of work on it, but I got to get the brakes fixed, because if you're going to go, you got to stop, baby.
Well, I was always told you got to stop first.
You got to stop first.
If you can't stop, don't go.
Right, and that's it. I can get it out of my garage. I've got enough brakes to do that, and then back into my garage, so I can pull it out and do woodwork or whatever I need to do, or clean it or whatever. But other than that, I'm still waiting on parts from this place called Zip Corvette, and it's got something to do with all this supply chain horse shit that's going on now. Why I can't get my brake caliper. That makes sense.
I remember going to. Oh my God, I remember where it was at. We'll get into that later. But I remember going to a show, and my dad backs the T-Bird up between two Corvettes. And the Corvette guys are like panicked because my dad's backing up this 57 Thunderbird between them.
Oh yeah.
It's the only spot left. As we get out, one of the Corvette guys goes, "Shh. You can hear it rusting." Put me back in. Hang on a second here.
The one car I miss having, and you're going to laugh, because I look at my sister called me a whale in a sardine can with this car. But the old Pontiac Fieros.
I love those. I
love that car.
Cute. They were cute cars.
I was able to jump in and out of that car, and it would take my sister or my best friend. My best friend was like 130 pounds, and it took him 5 minutes to get in. I would jump in and out.
That's a mid-engine car. Yeah, I love it.
Wait.
Now, the thing about that, I have two stories about that. The first one, it sat so low to the fucking ground. I was driving downhill one day, and these two squirrels were doing their little squirrel thing, trying to get it on. And I'm honking my horn to get these squirrels out the way. Well, they didn't get out the way. So here comes my car. I felt at my feet.
Yeah.
And I swear to God, I looked in the rear view mirror and those squirrels were giving me the finger.
No. One squirrel died happy. The other one was unsatisfied.
Then the very first rainstorm that we had, that I had it, I had to go to work, and I took this corner a little bit too fast, did a complete 360 down an embankment onto the other road. I'm like, holy shit. I was going a little too fast that day.
Did you have that had T-tops on it too, didn't it?
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
T-tops.
they had a moonroof. Or
Oh,
sunroof,
okay.
or whatever you call it. It was removable.
Huh. Did you know, like when I jack up my vet, it's best to have the T-tops on because it gives it more rigidity with the frame,
Yeah.
with the thing. Yeah. They say
You know,
never jack it up with the T-tops off.
So I had a friend when I was doing security for this lumber yard. Him and his dad owned the delivery company for the lumber yard, and he would always buy these Corvettes, the old Corvettes that had electrical fires, and just gut them and just rebuild them. His big thing was putting in 383 strokers in them.
Yeah, I've got a 3. Well, I think mine's one step down from that. It's 333 horsepower, but it's a 350 crate motor with the Edelbrock and the Holly and all that shit.
Yeah, you'd have to change out the crank, bore it out 30 over, and then change the.
Trust me, it's got enough power for me to kill myself in it.
Yeah, but the 383 strokers are fun.
You know what? And I don't mean to change subject. And I know Milo was on a thread there, but the big block Corvettes. I saw one the other day. A '74, same color as mine, same interior, but it was a convertible. Which a convertible is a true roadster. Mine's a coupe. But that's just too much motor, too much weight for a Corvette. My favorite motor was a 327. But when you put a 454 in a vet, here's my thinking. A Corvette was made for road racing.
Thing up off of its back wheels.
That right. The 454. If you're only drag racing it, fine. But a Corvette was made for road racing. Le Mans. It's a road racer with the independent suspension and everything else.
Not with that engine in it. It's
not with that engine in it though, and they stopped putting after '74. They stopped putting the big blocks in it. I think they might have finally figured it out. But
yeah,
Cindy said her Suburban has 454, but that's a different thing. That's a Suburban, And here's something else. What's funny about me, I didn't get my vet until 2017. I always wanted a yellow 70s Corvette, but never really pursued it. And I was going back and forth, and I kept seeing this one on the side of the road for sale. Finally, one day, I pulled up in there, looked at it, and I bought the damn thing. The point I'm getting to is what got me. And I never driven a Corvette. I never ridden in a Corvette. Never. And I'm 57 years old at this point.
Oh.
And I thought it was just going to be like a 2-seater Camaro. It's going to feel like a Mustang. No, hell no. It feels like a British, like a MG or a Spitfire or something like that. That's what they feel like, but beefed up.
It's funny, but you're right. It is.
It's different.
That seat. When you sit in it, you're too low to the ground.
Yeah, you're way down there. You're way down.
You are sitting in a level. In a normal car, you see trees and crap at this level. Now
Yeah.
all of a sudden you get jump into a Corvette and they're there. And yeah,
And the
being
funny
that
thing is, those Fieros were shorter to the ground than a Corvette.
Yeah, and they were probably, I've never driven one of them, but they were probably very similar.
Oh, they were so fucking fun. I owned it when I lived in Omaha, and during the winter, matter of fact, I stopped on this very steep hill to help this guy out. He had one of those big burly uh, GM, not Chevy Blazers, all beefed out, raised, had 30-inch super swampers on it, 4-wheel drive, and he got stuck. So I had to help. So I helped pushed him out, up the hill. He goes, "Damn, thanks. Are you gonna be able to make it up the hill? Because I'm driving this little Fiero." I'm like, "Yeah, I should have no problem." He goes, "Dude, I got some chains." I said, "Well, maybe just stick around for a second and let me see." I jumped in that, put it in a gear, and just zoomed right by him.
All that motor weight was on the back wheels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
and
Yeah.
a
And it was light.
car.
It literally rode on top of the snow and ice.
Cool.
Yeah.
And when I got it, I so wanted to put a 350, a Cadillac North Star engine in it.
They made those?
No, they discontinued the Fieros right before they were going to put V8s in them.
Oh my! What a car that would have been.
Well, I mean, look at them nowadays. A lot of people are taking their older vehicles and putting the what is it, the LS1 engine in them, because it's. I mean, I'm not going to deny it. It's a good engine. I'm not so sure about it in a SHTF situation, but I mean that's a great engine. And
They use them a lot, and it's a great engine for a lot of different applications.
that
I know what you're talking about, the LS1. Yeah, LS1 is
that
bad.
LS1 is just, I guess, I don't
It
know.
produced a good amount of horsepower for that engine.
It's not.
The LS1 engines were very well made for horsepower.
Yeah, and they seem to fit in a lot of different applications.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
But for I know for the Fiero, it was the North Star engine that was very well fitted for the Fiero, and a lot of people made those mods, and those things just screamed.
But that had to have been like a 4-cylinder.
The Fiero came in a 4-banger and a 6-banger.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And then they had problems with the wiring system because of the way they did the wiring. The wiring got too hot and started an electrical fire.
And they
Yeah.
burst into flames.
They fixed that issue, and then right after they fixed it, they discontinued it. The next model year, they were planning on putting out the V8 version.
Damn. But were they turbo?
No,
No.
Okay.
you couldn't fit a turbo in that engine compartment.
Oh, okay.
There's no way.
Yeah, I always like those. I know a guy who still has a red Fiero. He's kept it for a million years. He still has.
Just doing a basic starter change, you had to be a contortionist in order to do it.
Try putting a brake booster in a 75 Corvette that has a clutch. Holy shit. I think it took me 8 days, which thank God I'm retired, to get 4 bolts out and 4 bolts in. I had to get upside down in there underneath, and I'm beyond the pedals. My neck is like here, and I'm upside down trying to hold the light and trying to get oh my God. I did it though. And I mean, for every single bolt, I had to come up with a different combination of like extensions and ratchets, and it looked like some shit out of,
hell, my friend had an old 80s Ford Fairmont. And this was back when they started all the emissions bullshit. And this thing had pipes upon pipes just for the emissions. and I could not get that starter in for the life of me.
Yeah.
Well, one day another friend comes over and says, "You know what? I'll get it in for you." Fucker went and grabbed an axe out of the garage and hacked away all the emission pipes. We got the starter in, and the car ran fine.
You know, a
Without all
starter, but a starter should be something easy to get
It
in.
should be. You would think. But some of these engineers, man, and the way they design some of these cars, even nowadays.
After the Vega, Chevy came up with this Monza, and they put a V8 in that. And in order to change the spark plugs, you had to loosen the motor mount and jack the motor up to get it into a certain angle to get the spark plug out. Who wants to do that shit?
I had a 72 Pinto station wagon that if you wanted to replace the starter, you had to remove the motor mount bolt, jack the engine up.
Forget it. Forget it. I ain't doing that shit.
Well, you know what? It was a fast car because somebody decided to put headers on it.
Headers on a Pinto?
I didn't do it.
No, but that would be a header, right? 1.4.
You know what? That car would haul fucking ass.
I like Pintos.
For
I
a
like them.
4-cylinder.
I had a 4-cylinder Camaro when they first came out with those back in '82 with a 4-speed, and I love that car. And it had get up and go. You weren't going to drag race it or anything, but it wasn't. I remember one guy said, "Yeah, take it up to the mountains." I took it up to the mountains. I didn't have any problem with it.
I had a 6-cylinder Firebird.
6-cylinder Firebird, yeah.
I
remember.
It actually had a shift kit installed in it.
Cool.
It was.
I remember back in the days, if anybody had a 6-cylinder, people would hoot on you for it. Oh, you got a 6-cylinder.
I know. Well,
you remember that?
It was a great car until I got out here to Arizona, and then as soon as I got about 2 weeks after I got out here, the timing belt gave out the gear, and it was a nylon gear pressed onto the camshaft.
Oh no, I hate those.
I'm like, you know what? It costs more to replace that than it did for the fucking whole car.
Yeah, it was like designed to fail. The plastic timing gear, I hate those things.
Jeez.
Cindy Fuller Stevens says she's got a 454 in her Suburban. How do you afford gas? How do you afford gas for it, man? Wow. That's the thing.
That's but a 454 in a Suburban, that's common. And I tell you what, though,
you
always have the power that you need.
Yeah. That's why I keep my Jeep, because it's the V8. It's the I've had several different people work on it and go, man, you got the V8. And I'm like, yeah.
I mean, with my Explorer or Expedition giving out on me the way it has, I'm looking at a Suburban with a 454 in it.
Yeah, and you can pull that freaking camper.
Yeah, sure. 10,000 pounds.
Yeah, you can pull that camper with it. Hell yeah.
With the way my Expedition's set up right now, that trailer is about 58 pounds overweight.
Damn. I haven't even checked with my boat in my truck, but I think my boat is probably overweight. But I still get by.
What year's your truck?
It's a 2008 6-cylinder Silverado 1500.
1500, you said?
Yeah.
Mid-range truck?
Huh?
Anywhere from 4,400 to 7,500 pounds.
It should be. Then I'm good. It's just like going up a hill. It kind of goes. Oh.
Well, you might get some lag in the hills, but
and it has this button. It has a button for tow haul.
I mean,
You're about the 4,400 pounds because yours is a 6-cylinder.
Yeah, 6 on. Yeah.
Although
I
they're
mean,
saying
it does okay. I'd rather it be a V8 and where you don't even feel like you got a boat behind you, you know. But
although they do say
certainly, yeah, everybody wants that, but
they say it could do 7,600 pounds easy.
thank you for looking that up.
you know what? That's what he does.
Hmm.
He is good at that.
Well, I'm glad he did because I feel better now. I just can't afford to put gas in the boat or the truck.
Go to Taco Bell.
Ah,
It's cheap.
You know what? You know what boat stands for in mechanic speak, right?
I've heard a million of them, but go ahead.
Bring over another 1,000.
Yeah, yeah, and the old thing of, and it's true because this is my second boat, but it's like the happiest day of a man's life is the day he buys a boat, and the happiest other day is when he sells it.
When he sells the boat.
I don't want to sell this one, man. I love this boat. It's been very, very good to me. Very, very good.
It's the same way with RVs. I'm glad I bought the RV. I'm glad I'm selling the effing RV.
Yeah, I can't understand some of these people that's like the super rich that buy these super yachts. You know, of course you have to have a crew. You're gonna have to pay all those assholes to be on there, and they're gonna all be checking out your old lady and everything. You know, and I just can't. I don't know. I have thought about maybe selling everything
Okay,
and getting.
wait. Stop right there.
Okay.
If I can afford that boat and my old lady is on the boat, I don't care if they're effing her.
You're paying
Raul, the ship's mate. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Hey guys, there's a bonus if you toss her over and she's not found.
Because I'm taking that boat to somewhere I can do other ones. I don't care what she does at that point.
I thought about just getting a sailboat and just buy, because I'm a kind of a loner. I'm kind of a by myself kind of guy. Getting a sailboat and sail around the damn world. You know, what the hell? But I don't know how to sail. I need to learn how to do that. I'm a power boater guy.
Around the world?
Yeah, around the freaking world, man. Let's do it.
Don't do it.
Go to Cuba.
Do not do that.
I know I'm getting a little long in the tooth for an adventure like that, but it does, you know.
Yorga in 180 days. No,
it wouldn't be a race. It wouldn't be a race. It might take me 5 years to get all the way around the world. I go to Fiji and hang out and do dumb shit, and go to Australia and hang out and do dumb shit. Go to Galapagos, and hang out and do dumb shit. You know.
Then you end up in China and they kill you, and it turns into the whole whatever happened to.
No, I'd have to call Biden and try to get him to get me out of China. Can you imagine that? That'd be horrible.
Oh yeah. How hard is that going to be?
But he's not a gay. He's not a gay basketball player. So fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck him.
He was just an adventure.
We don't have another spy killer to trade for him.
I know, we're all out of spy killers. Exactly. Fuck that guy. Let him stink over there in a freaking Chinese jail.
I'm sorry, Yorga. You're fucked.
Right. Well, I wouldn't even get that. I'd get the letter from the White House going, Yorga who?
No, you would get a YouTube video of Kamala Harris going,
Oh, Yorga, I forgot. I also have another pew pew.
Woo!
Itsy bitsy.
It actually works?
No.
Okay.
It's just a plastic.
It's a Derringer pistol, I believe.
Right?
I mean, like a dueling pistol.
just like Fat Man. It
Here you
doesn't
go.
work.
Two extremes: extremely tiny, extremely large.
That's the most ridiculous holster I've ever seen in my life, but I love it. Thank you for showing it to me.
I love this gun. I mean,
I know. I think it's cool as shit. I'd like to shoot it. I bet it's accurate as hell.
No, it's not. They say that it's
Because the barrel goes woo.
it hasn't been sighted in yet, so. But it's a single action revolver, and I love it.
Single action means you have to pull the hammer back every time, right?
Yep, every
Yes.
time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Neato. I don't think we're supposed to be showing them things on here, but
I don't give a shit.
not that I'm Mr. Goody Two Shoes. He said he doesn't give a shit. All right. Well,
And then oops.
that's a nice one.
But
And then just change out the cylinder for the 22 WMRs.
Okay. Cool.
but he shows me that cheap ass holster.
I offered to have you build me one.
Oh, like I have the leather to do it right now.
We could have gone and got the leather.
This is mine.
Let me see. That looks like that's the old Civil War thing, right?
No. Wait, how do
I'm
I?
sorry.
Hang on. How do I pull myself up on full screen?
Damn, I'm trying to put this barrel back in. Or
That's
There
what she said.
yeah.
Ooh,
If
very
she said
nice.
that, if that's what she says, there's an issue.
Got space to put a knife in there too. Oh man, that's cool.
I do leather working.
Oh wait a minute, you made that?
Yeah.
Oh, holy crap! Let me see it again. Oh, you're just showing me your holster. No, you made it. Wow, that's worth a ton of money. That's incredible, man. You're talented. That's very cool.
No, it's. I think that's why I do a lot of priming stuff. Is there's a lost art in that.
Yeah. Yeah, there is.
There is a lot of lost arts that, I mean, this is maybe something what our grandfather did. But what about the stuff our grandmothers did?
Yeah, you got a point.
And
My-
Ray has helped me out on it a lot, but my grandmother used to can pickles.
Yep.
And I didn't know anything about canning. I'm stacking the rafters with canned stuff now.
Yeah, he's canning a lot.
When I was a kid, my dad, talking about old school, made a 30-06. And I'm sure he didn't make the barrel, but he got the barrel from somewhere, and he made this vat out in the garage, and he blued it. I remember there was this boiling something to blue the barrel, and then the stock he made all himself, and it had those lines that went zigzaggedy like a grip, you know, everything, walnut stock, everything. It was just like this thing of beauty, of art, you know. And people, what I'm getting to is people just don't do that shit.
And that's the problem. That, and you're right, Yorga, that people don't do that stuff nowadays.
Yeah.
And we're getting into a time where if you don't know how to do that, you're friggin' screwed.
Yeah, I agree. I'll just be honest with you. I have, I'm not going to say I feel like Noah, but I kind of feel like Noah. Over the last few months, I've just stocked up on canned stuff. I'm not canning anything, but I'm stocked up on all sorts of canned stuff, on rice, on water, on batteries, radio. Anything that I can think of. If everything really goes to shit, at least me and my cat are going to be okay for a while. I think I'm okay for about a year. I really do. I think I got enough for about a year. But that don't mean it ain't going to suck. And I'm not, people could call me a prepper, but I'm not one of those people that just can't wait for it to happen. There's a lot of people that are like, oh boy, I'm prepared. I can't wait for that shit to go there. No, hell no. I hope it don't go there, man. I don't.
And I'm the same way. But what's really funny is everybody's like, you're waiting for this to go down. I mean, my coworkers are like, you're waiting for this to happen, aren't you? And I says, yes, I am. Because I can sit at home and relax.
Yorga, that's
while all of the other people go ape shit.
That's almost what my gun will look like with a rifle stock on it. And yeah, they do make a rifle stock.
Now I like that. That's cool as hell.
It's almost, I couldn't find the exact picture. I'm still looking for the exact picture of it.
No, that's okay. I get an idea because when you showed it to me, I was thinking it needs a stock on it, man.
That's the frickin'. I know what that is. I know what that.
That's a Rough Rider Rancher.
I got a Red Rider here with the wooden handle. The old Daisy Red Rider. I got one right over here.
Hey, I had one of those.
I still got
the BB gun.
I've got 3 Crossman pumps, the 760, I think. I've got 3.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Yeah. You're going to put your eye out.
Yeah, I know. Those are my Crossman pumps. I don't know if you can see them or not. And that's the Red Rider. It ain't worth a damn. But it has the real wooden stock. That's why I like the old BB guns that have the real wooden stock as opposed to plastic. I like that shit.
Well, I actually saw some videos when the guy did the video of, okay, remember when we used to shoot the pellet guns in the basement at the wall? and they bounce off of the brick wall. He says, how about the BB guns now? And he loads one up and it plows through that cinder block. And it's like, holy crap.
Yeah.
How many feet per second are you going?
There it is.
Ooh, let me see.
That's the stock kit.
That's freaking cool. That's cool as shit.
And it's $80 for that, for the stock and the handguard.
Man, I've got these colors.
Yeah. Need that.
Actually, I do need it for that gun.
I have the Premier, what do they call it? The Piranha, I think. And that's 10.5 grenade. I can figure out how to get it on there. Those are heavier. And this one, I've got the hollow points. This for my Crossman pump. Then I love these pointy ones. They fly really good. And and that's another point. But I have some other ones. I got one called a piranha or something. It's like a hollow point with a point in the middle of the hollow point. No, it's not the piranha. It's the story. And I shoot can. It's fun to me to just go out back and I'll take a can, like a soup can or something, and fill it up with water and hit it with one of them with about 7 pumps. And the whole thing, it's like you killed something because the water flies out of the top and the whole can jumps off of the. I got my well cover, for my well. Thinking, yeah.
This is the other gun that I bought with it.
What's that?
This is my other gun that I bought with it, 45.
I do not have a 45.
You do not?
No, I've got a 357, 22 long, a 38, and a 380.
Okay. You got a 357, huh?
Yeah.
Show yours.
It's. I'm almost thinking about getting rid of it because it almost ain't worth a damn. It's not the thing. If somebody breaks in here, it's not the first thing I'm going to go for. You know what I mean? It's kind of a show piece. It's dirty, hairy.
The one reason I decided on the 45, it's the one caliber that will go through most body armor that's sold out there.
Yeah.
No, it will thump the body armor and knock them down.
It'll stop a 40 caliber, but a 45 will go through an E3 rated body armor.
No, it doesn't. No.
If you got a Teflon coated bullet, it might.
Maybe.
I've been watching
But
video
40
after video of it.
The biggest thing about a 45 is a freaking brick.
And this one does feel like it.
40 is too fast. But the 45 is a freaking brick. It is like throwing a brick at a wall.
This is my favorite.
Oh my God, a little Ruger Mark II.
I can't see it.
Exactly, Mark II, 22 long. That's my favorite.
Show it again. I didn't see it.
Well, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but
That's nice. I like that.
it's very nice. My dad used to keep this next to his bed. And when my dad passed away, it was funny because there was 4 pistols and it's 4 of us kids, and I was the youngest. So of course I got the last pick. I got whatever was left, and the whole time I was going, I want that 22. I want that 20. I didn't say it, And they picked the 45. They picked the 45. Whatever. What was that James Bond gun? Walther PPK or some shit. He had an ammo.
The 38 Walther.
Yeah, he had a bunch of different things, and nobody wanted that 22. And I'm like, yes, that's the one I wanted. And you talk about, I'm not a big gun guy, but I'll go shoot my 380, and it's like, it's not fun to shoot. I'll shoot my 38 some days. It's not fun to shoot.
Okay, because
I'll shoot. No, but let me finish. I'll shoot the 357, and that's kind of fun to shoot. But that 22 is fun to shoot. It's a target pistol. You know what I mean? I guess. But it is a pleasure to shoot. And I can hold 11 rounds in there, too. They're all hollow points. Anyway, go ahead.
Yoga, show
Yeah.
that pistol. Please.
Again?
Yeah.
And it looks like an old German Luger. That's the same thing, isn't it? Only longer barrel, and it's blued. It's not stainless.
Yeah. And a different grip. Mine is called the 2245.
Okay, but don't you love it though?
It's the same pistol.
Don't you love it though? It's
I
actually
do.
it's actually fun to shoot. It's not like damn. Yeah,
Well,
what I'm saying is like my 380. It's a little tiny light gun with a big round in it, so it's kind of like shit.
Oh no. The fun thing about this is mine is one they discontinued.
Is it a
And
Mark One?
it's a Ruger, what they call the government model.
Ooh,
And it was designed for the U.S. Olympic team to go and shoot the Olympics at. And they discontinued it. But I can sit there at 100 yards, open sights. I can drive tacks. It is
yeah,
that.
mine is incredibly accurate. Um, so yeah, I get that. And even though it's, people laugh, that's only a 22. I could, you could do a lot with a 22.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And those bullets will go in, hit you in the arm, and then they'll run up your arm bone and go down into your heart. Or, yeah. I mean, I got nothing against a 22 long. I
I
don't
don't
understand. I'll tell you this though, I don't understand why they call it 22 long. Is it a larger
No.
shell?
It is originally, yes. It was originally they made the 22 short,
Okay.
and that's what everything used. And then they made one longer, and that's what the 22 long is.
Long rifle. And so it's probably more powder, but the shell, the actual slug itself is not bigger, right?
No, they didn't change the slug. They
Okay.
did they changed nothing more than what. And honestly, if you ever see a manufacture cartridges in 22, it's a rimfire cartridge. They spray paint the primer into the cartridge and then put powder in it and put the bullet on top of it.
Oh,
And they don't put that much more than the short, the long, or the magnum. It's all a 22 rimfire cartridge.
that's
You
what I
will,
was thinking because and again, I'm ignorant on these things, but if I've just put a 22 short in that gun, I could shoot it, correct?
in a 22 long rifle,
Yeah.
yes. In a 22 magnum,
Or maybe
no.
it wouldn't, and maybe with the magazine and everything, it wouldn't line up or something, I guess, huh?
Well, it might not have enough power to cycle the action.
But if in the cartridge, this is what and I've just thought about this, but if in the cartridge itself, if I can get it up there, if the bullet is not as long as this, then it's not going to go down in this cartridge and work right because it's going to be stroppy in there, right?
That's 22 long rifle.
I know it is, but I'm saying, how come I couldn't put a regular 22 in here? And
Well,
I'm figuring it out now because the cartridge, it won't fit. It's not ready. It wants something that's whatever was that 1 inch, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
the thing
okay,
is, though, is that the fact is that to find a 22 short, which is half that length,
it wouldn't work
it wouldn't fit in there.
yeah. Okay.
And
Okay.
22 Magnum, it just flat out wouldn't work in the magazine.
Okay. 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 That makes sense. So what
There's
is So I've got it. All right. I got another question. I got another question for you.
Hold on. There's a picture. If you see
Okay.
it, that's a 22 long and a 22 short.
That makes perfect sense now. Okay, I didn't understand that. What is now? I've got a 38 that I have to get this ammo called Special P or something like that.
Oh, bullshit.
What does that mean?
Bullshit.
Is it bullshit?
Yeah, I call bullshit.
No, I'm ignorant. I don't know. I'm asking you.
No, if you have a 38, yes. If it is rated at 38 special plus P.
That's what it is. Yeah, that.
You can fire any 38 load.
Okay. All right.
You buy a box of 38s, and it will go through it.
And you could shoot a 38 through a 357 Magnum too. Right?
Yes.
They don't know about
Well,
that.
the plus P loads can also be fired in a 357 Magnum.
But what does the plus P mean? It's like extra, you know.
They put extra powder in it.
Okay.
It was what they were trying to do at that time was strengthen the 38 to be like a 357 Magnum.
Ooh.
And it doesn't mean anything because it was kind of like an in-between thing.
I keep this one under my pillow. No shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll stop somebody.
Oh yeah, I will. Hollow points. I think that's only 5 shots.
Just don't show a Glock on here.
A what?
A Glock.
Why not?
Oh, yeah.
Milo doesn't like Glocks.
Okay. I've shot one once and I didn't care for it either. It was too light. You have to have something to absorb the shock, you know what I mean? Or the whatever, the recoil.
This
But
is my next.
a plastic gun and
Hold on, I'll show you my next gun.
Okay, show yours. Because it's a piece of POS.
I need to
Milo
figure
don't-
out how to get. I do need to figure out how to get the laser sight on this thing. I mean, I know it's X and Y, but I haven't been able to dial it in by myself. I need somebody who really knows.
Well, actually, you can actually order a special bullet like this. Hold on.
Like a tracer.
Well, kind of, but it's a dummy round. Give me a moment. Let me switch cameras. It's a dummy round, and basically all it is you unscrew the bottom, put some batteries in here, and it'll turn once you
Oh,
screw it, it'll you load it just like a regular load, and it'll help you barrel adjust your laser. The laser.
no, I understand now. Oh, that's brilliant. I need to get some of them.
That's how I did mine.
Freaking cool. Oh, that's a great idea. Thank you for that. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, you can order those on Amazon. They're only like $10 or $15.
Yeah. And I only have 2 guns with laser sights. That and my 380.
But
So
anyway,
cool.
I was getting to this.
I'm sorry, I don't use 380.
The 380 is just so easy to carry. It's like a Wobbit or something, you know.
Yeah, Milo doesn't like this gun at all for some reason.
That's what's that, 44, 357?
That's 357.
Yeah, I already showed you mine.
I
Yours-
shoot 38s out of it.
Oh, okay.
That's a
There you go.
Chiappa Pac 9.
That looks like fun.
Fun.
Yeah,
But-
very easy to bump fire that one.
But if you ever want to, somebody's coming in your door, this is what you want. You want a revolver.
Well, Well, I got one. You saw mine, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But you want a revolver. Because
Yeah.
if they jam, revolvers don't jam.
Oh, yeah.
Pull the trigger again.
Yeah, they never
The-
screw up.
yeah. I mean, you might have a bad load, but pull the trigger again and it will go off.
I hope I never have to.
None of us do.
No, man, I really hope. But the way things are going,
I'm going to have to, but I don't want to.
yeah, I don't want to either. And I'll tell you this right now: if somebody breaks in my house, and I don't want to get in trouble on here, but I'm not worried about what the laws are about somebody has to threaten me, or if you break in my house, we're done.
If they break
Really.
into this trailer, if they make it past me, they gotta go. They're gonna get to Milo. So if I miss them, they're dead. They're dead anyways.
Yeah, a dog is better than a gun. Really and truly, a good
You
dog.
got Milo, and if you point a gun at Milo,
Except for the Nerf gun.
well, the Nerf gun's one thing. That's cute and all and bullshit, but if you point a gun at Milo, I'm dropping you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my holster system, don't even think about it.
He will definitely get you on the holster. Oh my god. It's a quick release holster for competition.
Wow. I just kind of have them hidden all around my house in different spots that nobody knows. In case I get into a situation, I'm in my kitchen. I know that cabinet up there. It's got a 22. Over here, the 38. There's under my pillow. So who knows? That doesn't mean that somebody can't come in here and freaking kill me. But at least I do try to be prepared.
I'm clicking buttons at this point.
So this is the bullet with the batteries installed.
That's freaking cool, man. That's brilliant. That's a brilliant idea. And I could dial that in easy.
Yeah, that's how I dialed in the laser on mine.
Let me ask you this. How far away? What's the best distance? Because some different
7.5, 10 feet.
How far?
When you're using something like that, that's what you want to set.
Right, but how many feet?
The beam goes out, and that's what you want to set it for.
There's no more than 10 feet. I mean, if it's for self-defense, 10 feet. You're going to be within 10 feet of the perp.
Okay.
So mine's a little bit longer. It's about 20 feet.
Because I tried to dial mine in before, just kind of looking like that, just like, maybe 10 feet or so. And then if you go 20 feet, it's off.
And yeah, the longer, if you
and
go,
I'm just going with the dead sights and the laser itself. So it's
if you go 10 feet, at 5 feet, the laser will be off.
Okay, yeah.
In a pistol, with a pistol, your most engagements are at 7.5 feet.
I believe it. Yeah.
So if you're
really, look, hold on a second. At 7.5 feet, a laser ain't doing you shit anyway. I mean, I can hit something at 7.5 feet.
Yeah.
So I always felt like the lasers. I bought these two pistols, the 380 and the 38, and they had laser sights. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's cool. But it almost seemed like a gimmick. it almost seemed like a gimmick to me. You know what I mean?
A 38 is good up to 25 yards
That's a long ways.
in the hands of an average person. I can take a 38 and hit a target at 100 yards. Okay?
With a barrel like that, with a snub nose.
Snub nose, maybe 50.
Okay.
But if you give me a 4-inch barrel, I can hit 100 yards.
That's good. But you have to take your time. But you have to. It's not like it's a shot like in the movies. You got to take your time and get your breathing right. Right? Correct. And I mean, that's what I have to do. I practice with these Crossman pucks, man. And I
there's
mean, I
nothing
really
wrong
have to.
with that. But you see that right there?
Yeah.
That is my rig.
Cool.
I can get that pistol out and shoot 6 rounds.
Like
in less than
like
3
quick draw McGraw is what you're talking about.
That's,
Or like pull it out and then.
don't make me pull it out. If I
No,
have,
I understand that. I'm just trying. I'm ignorant, man. I'm not a big gun.
no.
You know.
I shot pistol competition.
Okay, and I've never done that.
And that was my rig for, and I got the speed loaders all in front of me
Oh wow.
to reload. And I can fire off more shots than the average person. I can fire off more shots than Fat Man before his mag runs dry. Not because he doesn't have the rounds. I've learned to do that.
Okay.
I can rattle off 6 rounds and be on target. So if anybody ever breaks into my house and that pistol isn't in that rig, I still keep it next to my bedstand.
Mm-hmm.
And when I grab that thing, how'd that song go? You're not making that out alive.
Don't feel bad, Yorga. I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I just learn a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just into personal protection. I love to shoot and everything. I can't even remember. Well, I do remember the last time I shot was 2016 because I had a broken foot. I just remember being at the range with a cast on my foot, but and that was just to try out that 380. But I try to. It's all about. It's like the canned goods on here. The firearms and the ammo is a good thing to have around here because we don't know what the hell's going to happen in the next year or so. We don't know. All those movies of Charlton Heston, the Omega Man, and everything. I hate to get goofy, but
Did you just say that movie?
What's that?
Did you just mention the name of that movie?
I did.
Oh my God. One of my favorites. Omega Man.
One of the greatest. And things could, and even I remember seeing that movie as a kid and thinking, it could get like that. I don't mean with the zombies and everything, but it could get,
Yeah, no, it was never zombies.
dystopian. It could get dystopian, and then the people who haven't prepared are going to come and try to find the people who have prepared, and you better be prepared. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, people got pissed off at me. I mean, literally got pissed off at me because I was going to have a bunch of signs made up that said, and this was this is when I was into the zombie thing. And I was going to have a bunch of signs made up that said zombie safe zone. And everybody's like, why would you do that? Because I'm going to put them in other people's yards.
Oh, well. Yeah, the zombie thing ain't gonna happen, but you know, rabies could. It could be something like rabies or some shit. You know, I mean,
You know what? You know what? There's two movies that you do not want to watch back to back. I did it once, and it is 28 Days Later,
that was a good one.
and then Contagion.
I haven't seen that. I've seen 28 Days Later.
Contagion, where there's a rampant disease going around, and all of a sudden you're sitting there going, okay, this first off, this was the wrong fucking choice of movies to watch tonight. Because Contagion was about a worldwide pandemic. Well, we've seen that. But if you couple that with the rage from 28 Days Later, you go, holy fuck, if this ever happened.
You know what horrified me in 28 Days Later? It was one of the most impactful scenes I've ever seen in any movie. It's when they're just trying to figure out what's going on, and they were in an aqueduct or something, not an aqueduct, but a tunnel with cars and stuff. And all these rats came out of nowhere and were hauling ass. They're like, fuck, rats everywhere. The rats were hauling ass from the zombies. And those zombies could haul ass and beat your ass, and they weren't like the yeah, that was a scary movie. I'll tell you another. If you like that sort of thing, I kind of got done with zombies after Walking Dead. It all kind of just went.
Oh God!
I love Night of the Living Dead, the original. I love that. But there's a movie. It's South Korean, and I swear to God, it's one of the best movies I've ever seen. But you have to read the subtitles. If you, after 2 or 3 minutes, I don't even realize I'm reading it. But it's called Train to Busan. I think it came out.
I saw that.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a good one.
You know what? Everybody that I know before always and I mean
they always what?
I've got all these zombie movies on DVD.
You have what was that Italian director? I want to say Fauci, but it's Fulci or something like that.
Fulci.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But the thing is that everybody that knew me at that time, and all of a sudden one person finally realized it. It's just, you don't watch these movies to see what those zombies do. They are your training films. Yeah, they are. Honestly, they are. Night of the Living Dead, the original, the remake.
I love the original, and the remake they did in 1990 was damn good too.
Oh, it was, because they got the right person to direct it. But everybody said, you do not look at these as entertainment. They're training films. Yeah, I do.
Wow.
I don't want to do what those people did. And it's going to be the same thing. I mean,
I know a lot of trivia about the original Night of the Living Dead. do you know why they had a black guy as the lead?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people thought, wow, that was really groundbreaking to have a but he was the best actor they knew. That's why he got the job. That's what I loved about it. It was like, get the best
Not,
guy, you know.
not only that, but that's what George Romero wanted.
Well, I
He
don't know so much. He said himself. He said the reason we got him was because he was the best actor we had.
he because George Romero wanted to break the racial barrier.
That's what they say. But at the end of the day, if you go watch a video about it, they go, no, that's not it. He was the best actor we had. His name was Dwayne something. And he was. He was the best actor they had.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was brilliant. 1968. I mean, come on, man. And then at the end, they end up shooting him. It's just like, God, what a fucked up movie. What a fucked up movie.
No. I mean, and because he looked like one of them. But
well, they were just out there shooting anything, and everything.
yeah,
Having a good time at it.
No, George Romero has always been that did all these movies, was always a kind of a leftist. And if you ever watch any of his movies, it's always from a leftist point of view.
I did not realize that. I've never seen that. I mean, I guess if I look closer, I could.
Yeah.
But really, after the original, I didn't care for the sequels or anything. I mean, I've watched them all, and it's just gore. And I'm not into gore. I like horror, but just gore after gore after gore, pulling people's guts out and stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
you know what? And George Romero was never into the gore. He did a lot of great movies that maybe you have not seen.
maybe so. But he had Tom Savini. Tom Savini was the gore guy.
No, Tom Savini was a special effects artist.
Yeah.
And
he had Nick Nicotero. The guy he did Walking Dead and Evil Dead and all that stuff.
Oh, I don't know.
Rick
But
Nicotero.
no,
Yeah.
Tom Savini was actually supposed to be the special effects artist on the original Night of the Living Dead. But he got drafted.
Yeah, he went to Vietnam and he saw all that real shit. And when he came back, he knew how to do it. Had how to recreate it.
And that's why the remake of Night of the Living Dead,
right,
was so good, because he knew the arts of the special effects of his day,
mm-hmm.
and he knew what that horror looked like.
Not only that, but the girl who was the protagonist in the remake that was made in 1990, the girl with the short red hair, good looking.
Yeah. Chick. Oh God, she was just like, fuck it, they're moving slow. We can just walk in between them, and everybody was thinking that in the first one. Remember she did that? Yeah. Yeah.
I'll tell you something else. Have you ever watched the Evil Dead movies?
Evil Dead movies?
Yeah.
Oh no, I think it's on my playlist for Netflix.
Oh, they're great. You can actually bypass
the Evil Dead.
You can actually bypass the first one and go to the second one, which is Evil Dead 2, and then Army of Darkness.
God, Army of Darkness was so freaking hysterical.
Okay, so you've seen that, but check this out.
Oh God,
remember when he moved on to the medieval world and everything, and there was this one witch one witch with long white hair, and she was going, ah, and she held up a cauldron of hot water, and Bruce Campbell shoots it with the, it's like, come on, she bitch, and he ends up killing her, and she drops. That's the same chick that was from Night of the Living Dead, the
Yeah.
remake.
Oh
It's the
God.
same chick.
Yeah.
It's the same
Oh.
actress. Yeah. You can't tell it. You can't tell from looking at her because she's some old witch looking thing, Anyway.
Well, if there's been a big battle between Night of the Shaun of the Living Dead and 28 Days Later, and there's going to be another one, but they have always bounced things off of each other. Because if you do not realize, at the end of Shaun of the Living Dead, they bring up the thing about the monkeys.
Hmm?
And in 28 weeks later, they shot back at Shaun of the Dead. That's not what happened. And it's a little thing between all of them all.
Easter egg.
No, it's not an Easter egg, but it's just back and forth between each other to say that's not how it started.
Oh, wow.
And but they have fun with it. That's the best part about it, is they're having fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
They're no lawsuits, no shit like that. They're having fun with it.
Well, a lot of times it's one director, ribbing another director. As far as like, I think The Hills Have Eyes was Wes Craven, and he put up in the basement there was a poster of Evil Dead or something like that. Don't quote me on this.
Yeah.
And then in Evil Dead, they put up a poster of The Hills Have Eyes or something in the basement. They're doing. One of them was Jaws. You put these little things over there in the corner while dialogue is going on. You go, how come that poster's hanging there?
Back in the 70s, 60s, when they went to do Night of the Living Dead, that was not the original name of it.
It was called Night of the. No, it wasn't even called that. It was called. What was it called? It's called something.
Night of the Flesh Eaters.
Flesh Eaters. Yeah,
that's what the original name was supposed to be.
Just like Halloween. Halloween was supposed to be the babysitter murders.
Yeah. But the thing was, though, is that somebody already copyrighted that. And so George Romero changed the name at the last minute to Night of the Living Dead. If you ever see any Night of the Living Dead movies, there is one thing missing from it, and it's the copyright.
Oh, I know. They forgot to trademark it, and now it's anybody can show it. Anybody can show it. Yeah.
And not only that, but anybody could do a remake.
Yeah.
Anything based off of that movie.
Yeah, they lost all rights on it. All rights.
Well, he did. And he was pissed off about that.
Oh, he should have been.
So now that's why he went and when Tom Savini directed the second Night of the Living Dead, Romero was only a producer.
Yeah.
Because he had full rights to it at that point.
Or didn't.
No, he did. He had full rights to it. He had full rights to it, and he was a producer. Tom Savini God love you. You did a great directing job on it. Remember the guy that comes through the window? Real scrawny guy. And they shoot him, and it all spurts out of him.
In the remake,
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in so long. I just remember bits and pieces. I remember that I did like the girl too. Was just like,
Oh yeah. Who
we
did?
got this shit. Yeah.
But there was a guy that broke through the window, and she was the one that shot him. That's so and so. And then she turns around and shoots him in the head and goes, "Is he alive?" That guy was actually the taxi cab driver. And it was also the first time that you ever saw somebody without a shirt be hit with a squib.
Mm.
Because Tom Savini knew how to do it.
I like it. I like it in movies like that when everything's chaotic and you're just trying to kill the zombies or whatever, and then they accidentally kill like a person that's not a zombie.
Yeah.
Like, oh, shit.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, and in all of those movies, and even the TV shows and all of that, it's the zombies are kind of in the background. If you ever actually watch the original, it's typical people versus people bullshit. Somebody's got to be the leader. Somebody's got to do this.
Yeah.
And that's what they're showing.
I've watched the original a million times, and I tell you what I take away from it now more than anything else. And I'm not a movie maker; I've never made a movie, but every shot in the original Night of the Living Dead. I mean, of course, the cars coming in and everything, but once they get in the house, the lighting and the shadow for every single shot is just like, oh God, it's so good. You know, it doesn't look like a soap opera. It doesn't look there's you know. If you really watch it close and think about, all right, how did they get that shot with the black over here, the shadow over here? Sometimes there's people that their whole face is in shadow, but just their eyes are in the light. You know, how do you do that, man? You know, and these guys were just doing this shit on a weekend, man.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, though, is that it's yeah, we got these dead people out here, but these people are, the people living in the people in the farmhouse are so infighting with themselves.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that would happen. That would happen. Yeah, and they had the family that was down in the basement. They didn't even know they were there and shit, you know.
Yeah. Well, we didn't know what was happening. Anything could have been happening out here.
It was horrifying when they went out to try to fill up the truck and haul ass, and then the truck caught on fire, and all the young people got killed, and it was like, oh, God, this is horrible. But I couldn't stop watching it, you know.
And I think he runs back to the house, and they've got it all blocked up. Says, "Why didn't you let me back in?"
Yeah. I saw that at a midnight movie at a theater that we could walk to. Not when it came out, not in 68, but like 73 or so. I'd never seen it before. And it literally, it being 13 years old, it literally that movie kind of messed me up, man. Then I had to walk all the way home in the dark, like 4 or 5 miles.
Now you're looking at all the trees going.
And then you go home, get in bed, and you're thinking about that shit. Like, oh my God, what a horrible movie. There was no happy ending. It just left you with, oh shit.
there, you know what? That's one of those movies. Yes, there was not a happy ending. Um, but it showed how people interact with each other in a situation. It's the zombies. Who cares about them? Yeah, they were trying to get in, but it was the guy from the basement and the black guy
Yeah.
and button heads.
And the girl from the very beginning who was just kind of freaking out the whole time, which
Yeah,
that's what she would do. That movie was so good, man.
but yeah, but it's the zombies are all of his movies. That was his one thing, was the zombies don't play any part of this.
Well,
It's
they do.
it's the interaction between the people that
And that's what they tried to do that's what they tried to do with Walking Dead. When it first came on in 2010, I watched it religiously up until about 2013. Uh,
I
and,
could not
and it just
I
got to
could
where it just got goofy, man. It just
I
got
could
goofy.
I couldn't tolerate that show after the first season.
Yeah, but it started off pretty good. But
You know, no, my thing was is, hey, we're all out here on a camping trip, and all of a sudden the zombies attack us. Oh my god, what the fuck were you thinking?
the thing that gets me about it now, and I haven't watched it in years, but it's still going, I think, is okay, so this shit supposedly went down in 2010. And now we're in 2022. We're 12 years beyond. How come all the food is still good and shit?
Yeah,
How come it's not come you ain't running out of shit by now?
I just, when the guy shot the 44 Magnum off in the tank, I was just like, okay, this is getting stupid right here.
Yeah, I remember that. It would have bounced around and killed everybody.
And then, and everything after that, and everybody is in this camp, no fences, no walls,
Yeah,
but
well, it was a, it was
we
a,
got
it was.
zombies running around. I think y'all are fucktards.
And how come? Here's another thing. How come these zombies don't eventually run out of gas? Man? How come they? You got a zombie he's trying to eat, and he's got to run down at some point.
Oddly enough, the remake of Dawn of the Living Dead by Zack Snyder kind of hits on that.
Dawn of the Dead. I saw that one. That was when they had uh, the big black guy named Rhymes
Yes,
and
yes,
a little cutie blonde girl.
yes.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
But the thing is, they kind of, and he went off of the Romero zombie thing, but in the first days, the these people just died. They're still going to be able to retain their muscles and everything, and that's why they were able to run at you.
okay.
Give it some time. Give it some time. But these are dead beings, and eventually, that motor skill or the muscle memory is going to slow down. And as the movie progresses, they slow down. They're not as
I
fast.
can't remember that. I know I saw the movie, but I can't remember that part. But
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, but you really don't see it, and you got to look at the behind the scenes. Is that, and he says it. He says, at first they're gonna still be like they are.
Wow.
If this guy was a runner and he died, he's still going to be able to run up until that he can't feed his muscles anymore.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. It does.
And the other thing, as long as we're on this paradox right here, is like if a bunch of zombies came in here and ate me now, how am I going to turn into a zombie if I'm eaten? I don't have anything to zombify.
Yeah. If they eat you completely,
Yeah.
I guess so. Maybe if they leave a little Yorga scrap, it'll be flopping around on the floor.
Right. There literally, when I was, and since we're on this subject, just bear with me. When I was watching Walking Dead, there was an episode that I went, wait a minute, I get it. And nobody ever, even on the internet, said anything about this. But there was a point where, probably season 2, Rick, Rick, the main and
Okay.
protagonist or whatever, met this woman, and she said, my husband is hurt. I need help. And we're camping up in the woods. And he goes, all right, let's go. She said, his name is Ed. Okay. And he's following her. He's trying to help her. And she said, he's just ahead. He's just ahead up here. And she tried to kill him because she was trying to give food to her husband that was just ahead.
You know what I mean?
God. Yeah. But I was the only one that picked up on that. He's just ahead, and so there was like a built-in joke or something in there that I've looked it up online and everything, and nobody fucking got that shit. And nobody did.
Oh, that goes back to the Day of the Dead, when they had the mad scientist experimenting on the zombies.
Yeah, that was.
And
yeah,
he had just a few heads that he was keeping of the zombies that he was keeping alive.
That was a crummy movie that I've begun to kind of like after all these years. Day of the Dead, where they're down in that bunker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Bub.
Bub. Yeah, Bub. He was like the trained zombie or whatever. He was cool. Everybody loves him.
Yeah.
You can look it up on YouTube and go to like a Day of the Dead convention, and all those actors are on the panel talking, and it's actually pretty entertaining. Remember that one bad guy had the black hair, and everybody hated him and stuff. He's actually a really cool actor.
Well, no, if I go to the Day or Dawn of the Dead, and if one person's there from the original, she will actually remember me.
Cool. Why's that?
Remember the little girl from the original Night of the Living Dead?
Yes, it killed her mom with a spade. That one?
Yeah. I've actually gotten in contact with her.
That was one of those scenes that was so horrifying because it just showed the shadow.
It showed the shadows. And you know what?
That's worse
than they meant to do.
That's worse than actual gore. I love that. That's just like Psycho. When what's her name gets killed in the shower, you see you see the water, you see the blood, but you don't ever see the blade going into it. And it's scary as shit. It's more. I think it's more scary not showing the gore.
No, it's and they call that a certain thing. It's called psychological horror.
I like that though.
It's cool.
I
Not
don't
real
like them
fun.
pulling out the intestines and all that shit.
Yeah,
You know? I don't
yeah,
like
but-
that. I just don't. It's like, you know, you blew the whole fucking thing in my mind here. You know, so now I can see it. But
I remember back in about 95, like 93 to 95. There was a movie out there called The Blair Witch Project.
yeah, everybody thought it was real at first. Yep.
I went out there and I saw it the first night. And as I'm walking back to the car, I'm like, did that tree move? Did that tree move?
They got you. You see,
They
they
did.
got you.
They did.
And they made that movie for like $350,000, man. It's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when all of a sudden, 6 months later, they go, nope, we're all fine. You're
Yeah,
like,
they did because all the actors were like missing or whatever for months.
yeah,
And then they came back and went, "No, we did it on purpose."
no, we fucked with you. How'd that work out for you?
And it was followed by 350,000 more found footage movies, which just didn't work after that. After Blair Witch, it didn't.
No,
And
but
Blair Witch, but getting to your
that
point though, like you said, Blair Witch didn't show any gore or anything. Was that one thing when they showed some guy's
yeah.
teeth or something?
Okay, they showed somebody's teeth,
Mm-hmm.
but they didn't show the gore of
No,
moving the teeth.
and it was scary as shit the whole
It
time.
was.
Scary as hell.
You're just like, what the fuck?
I love that. I think there's an art to that to
And
really
that's what it's called, is psychological horror.
scare
you don't-
people without. You can go back to the old Twilight episode, Twilight Zone episode back in the '60s that had Billy Mummy in it, Mummy or whatever his name was,
Mummy.
where he could just wish things, and the one guy pissed him off.
Oh my god, that was funnier than fucking hell.
It scared the fuck out of me. He wished him into a Jack in the Box, and all it
Mhm.
showed was the shadow of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it showed his head, but never showed anything else. But he had the Jack in the Box hat on, and
Yep.
I was
That was-
horrified. I was like 5 years old, man. I was horrified.
That was Bill Mummy.
Did you know that they made a remake of that, and it's on?
Yeah,
YouTube?
it didn't.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
didn't, but still, they had all the same people: Cloris Leachman and him, everybody. It was in '83. It's on YouTube. It was on the newer Twilight Zone in color, but still, it was okay. I liked watching it because it was a follow-up,
If it does not include that guy sitting there at the very beginning of it going,
Rod Serling. Picture
Imagine.
yourself. Picture
"Imagine,
yourself,
if you will."
if you will. Rod Serling, he was like 4'3", man. He was a little tiny guy that smoked cigarettes like crazy.
Oh my god.
But do you know that he wrote Planet of the Apes?
He also did what was it? The one that competed with Twilight Zone.
Oh, he did Night Gallery.
Yes.
Yeah,
Night Gallery.
Night-
And
yeah.
What was the other one?
Outer Limits was the other one, but I don't think he had
Yes.
anything to do with that.
No, they grabbed him for Outer Limits.
I believe it. All those writers back then, Gene Roddenberry,
Well, Gene
no,
Roddenberry was Star
not
Trek.
Gene. No, I'm sorry, I'm
But,
mistaken.
Yeah. All those
Bradbury,
shows-
Ray Bradbury. He wrote a bunch of Twilight Zones, and he wrote Outer Limits as well.
Oh yeah.
Ray Bradbury. Yeah, he was good. He wrote Fahrenheit 451. Yeah, I know you remember that.
Never read it.
They made a movie of it too.
Because
It's
of
all, hey, if you read Fahrenheit 451, it's just like what we're in right now. It's like the government's like certain books we don't like, we're going to burn them. You know,
Uh,
it was like Orwell's 1984
I-
in a lot of ways. It was
if
good.
I read Fahrenheit 451, I have to memorize it because the only way we're going to be able to teach our kids is through oral history
I hope not.
and oral stories. That's what Fahrenheit 451 was.
Yeah, it was. But they wanted you to forget, you know,
They
and once
want
you forget, your children are not going to know, and then your children's children won't know, and there you go.
that was, I have to say that is the one thing that I liked about the book of Eli.
Yeah.
The Bible that he carried was written in Braille,
Ooh,
but he
Isn't
knew it from front page to back page and recited it.
I know
Gee.
about the book of Enoch and the book of Thomas. Is the book of Eli, is that in the Bible? Or
No,
is
no,
that
no,
one?
no, no, no. I'm talking about the movie.
Oh, okay.
Wesley Snipes, the book of Eli, is he knew how to read that Bible. And nobody else could because it was written in Braille.
Ooh, that's interesting.
But he got hurt so bad, he was dying. And they got him to someplace, and he was able to recite verbatim every page of that Bible to print new Bibles.
That's awesome.
Because at the very end of it, she, the girl that was in it was, I guess, distributing them because this is the Word of God. And everybody in this world must know that.
That's awesome.
It was.
I've read the Bible 3 times. That does not make me an expert, but I couldn't do the King James Version because of the thous and the these and all that stuff.
I love that part of it.
The thing is, with me, God never said thous or these. He was speaking in Hebrew or Greek or whatever to them. And the thous and the these came later with the King James Version. Thou shalt,
Yeah.
And so, but just hear me out. I mean, the way I got it was I got a teen Bible, which is called Extreme Faith, where instead of saying thou shalt not kill, it was like you will not murder. So it made sense to me because I had to dumb it down, for my language.
Well, okay.
And like a new what do you call it, NIV or something like that, where it's
Oh my God, the all of the versions they come out with. But
well, I don't know. I needed it to speak to me. So, when they say, smoked or smite or yeah, I get all that and everything, but I wanted it to speak to me more, and so I did. And I think the one that I have is called Extreme Faith. Remember back in the 90s when everything was extreme this or extreme that, that's when I got these Bibles. And I read them all and I could understand them all. I mean, sorry. But
yeah, I remember that. But
yeah, I catch a lot of flack.
My faith does not lead me to be with them.
What's that?
God is going to talk to me when he wants to.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
He's going to tell you what needs to be done.
In a way that you understand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I believe it. I know that. I don't have to believe it. I already know it.
I have entered studies to become a minister,
Not me.
and hate to say it, but I'm going to be one of those ministers that y'all hate right now because
I don't think so.
I want to be an evangelical minister,
That doesn't bother me.
not the guy that builds a temple and has the TV shows.
Yeah, that irritates.
A true evangelical minister goes from place to place and preaches the word of God.
Like Paul.
Yes,
Like Paul.
but we're not going to build a great big old building, and
We need to make a mega church.
we're not going to be the I can't even remember their names, but we're not going to be Joel Osteen and
Yeah,
build
forget it.
this. That's
I don't like any of that shit.
no.
And here's my thing on that was um
He's not going out and preaching the word of God. He is sitting in his little place
building an empire.
preaching the word of God, and you're no better than the bakers and things like that. That's not your job.
Yeah. And he
You're
gets in the
supposed
limousine.
to,
He
you're
gets in the
supposed
limousine and
to,
goes home to a $3.5 million mansion.
yeah. I
That,
mean,
that ain't my thing.
all I need is gas money to get into the next town,
I
and
I
and
was
that's the way it should be.
I went on a journey looking for God when I was having some big time problems with my son, who eventually passed away. And as I was looking for God, here's my testimony. I don't want to make it big time or anything,
Oh no,
but
please.
but it was weird because but it was a good thing that happened to me. Really, I had friends that were Jehovah's Witnesses that tried to pull me in, and I read all their doctrine. I read. Uh, I had friends that were Mormons that tried to pull me in. And I read all their doctrine. I mean, I studied all this stuff and went, wait a minute, that don't sound.
That don't sound right.
But the thing that really brought me to God, and I know God, um, was just reading that Bible on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Without having all these denominations trying to pull me, Methodist, Baptist, this, that, everything else. And I've got a friend who actually was more helpful than anyone else. And it's kind of weird, but he said he was a Messianic Jew. And I said, "What do you mean?" And we hung out. This after my son had passed away.
They're the
And
best.
he said, "I am a Christian who believes everything in the Bible." And I went, "That's what I am." So I do consider myself a Messianic Jew. Um,
Mm,
yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel like I believe in the Father, and I believe in the Messiah, and I believe in everything that's in there. If Jonah was in the belly of a whale for 3 days, I believe it. I believe all that stuff, but I
well,
had to find it myself. In other words, no man took me to where I am right now. No
right.
preacher, no nothing, no, you
You can
know,
read all of the words of it, but until it applies to you, you're not going to understand it.
thank you. And it's weird. I finally came to a point of, look, I get it. I freaking get it now, man. I shouldn't have said it like that, but I do.
No,
I
I
think I think I get it. And no church, no. Here's something I forgot to tell you. Um, I grew up Presbyterian, and it never stuck. You know, it's like you go to church, you're sitting there, and they do the holy, you know. And once I started going through this search for God, I'm a guitar player. I'm pretty
yeah,
good with that.
but
Pretty
you did
good,
that search.
pretty good.
You did
And this
no.
Pentecostal, there was a Pentecostal church that was just good old Southern people, but they had this really great band, and they wanted me to play guitar for them, and I did. And I mean, I felt the Holy Spirit, I felt everything, playing with them, and everything. And then they get to this point where, okay, we're going into a competition. I was like, a competition? One thing, you never compete with music because
Right.
music it's dumb to try to say this is better than that or whatever. And then when you get into religious music,
Yeah.
yeah, I could really feel, and we were. They called us the whitest black band there ever was. We played that black freaking soul kind of, you
Hey,
know,
you know what? Okay.
Pentecostal thing.
Oh,
But we went to a competition, and I was like, and the whole time I was the one guy of like a 7-piece, 9-piece band, maybe. I was like, going, should we really be competing over this? I mean, what the hell? And they were all excited, and we won the Virginia championship. It's like, oh, it's like sports now, and it's still, I was like, what the hell? And we went to, excuse me, we went to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for the Nationals.
oh, I've been there.
Yeah,
Oh,
we went
not
for,
for
and
that.
played in the national competition, and I'm still going. What, what are we? What are we doing here? We shouldn't be. And we didn't win. We should have won. We should have won. The whole thing was rigged, and that's what kind of soured me too. As far as think on it, I just want to maybe put some music to, because we were considered the Levites. The Levites was the tribe of Israel that were
Yeah.
the musicians, and that's what I felt like. Yes, we're gonna, and now all of a sudden we're in this competition, and I was like, this is
Yeah.
bullshit. This is bullshit, man. But I did it just because I didn't want to let my friends down and everything, but it never. I was, and shortly after that, I got out of that church. I just went, no, they're going in the wrong direction,
And
and
you
it's
know
just
what? That happened.
me and my Bible, no denominations, no nothing else. I consider myself a Messianic Jew, because I believe everything in the Old Testament. I believe everything in the New Testament. I believe in
Well,
Christ.
and
I,
if you
you know,
ever actually walk into a church nowadays, um, Baptist, Episcopalian, whatever denomination it is they always preach out of one book or the other. They
some of them
don't,
do, but I'll tell you,
but
the
they,
guys. And
they twist the words.
I don't mean to take over this chat or whatever, but later on, the guys that were in the band that I was in, we didn't call it a band, we called it a praise team. We didn't call it a stage, we called it a platform. They had all these different names for stuff. And here I am, the rock and roll guy that's going, or let's do a train wreck. That's means at the end of the song you go, bang. We do a train wreck. And they were like, a train wreck? I'm like, yeah, a train wreck, man. So I knew I was from a different school of them, but I went and this band is still going in one of these big mega churches that has uh, every Saturday and Sunday they're on TV. They got blah blah blah. So I
Yeah.
went to see them because they want me. They want me to be there, but I'm not going to be there. I went to see them one time, and the preacher had no message. All he did was jump up and down saying, Jesus, 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 Jesus. I'm like, that's not a message, man. They
No,
ain't,
it's
you know,
not.
stomping around shit and that ain't me. And they were like, we can't believe you don't like their pastor Sam or whatever it was. I'm like, I'm not saying I don't like him, but he ain't got no message, man. He's not
Yeah.
talking to me as an adult about uh, parables or proverbs or anything like that. He's just stomping around. It's like a rock and roll show. Jesus, all these lights and all this stuff,
Oh,
you know.
gee.
And yeah, I ain't doing
I
that. I ain't
I
doing it.
remember back in the day, and we go to this church, and me and the guy next to me, we brought our Bibles, we got them in our hands, and this guy up on the pulpit tells us, I found a sign from Joshua. Oh, he starts flipping through his Bible. I'm flipping through mine. And we just look, about the time we look at each other, we're going, this is bullshit. What'd
You
you
see,
find?
you do,
Because everything this guy was saying was opposed to the Bible.
yeah, yeah.
Everything the Bible said.
You know
And
why? You know why? Because he never read it. He never read it.
and I mean, I guess at that point in time, I was only 19 at the time, but tantamount to a false prophet. And this guy got people to sell their houses
Mhm.
and move to Cordish Junction,
Yeah,
of all places. And if you've ever seen that, it's a shithole.
I haven't, but it sounds like another Jim Jones.
It was basically like that. And it's just, you look at these people going, what the hell are you doing? That's not the word of God.
We had different people when I was in the Pentecostal church, and like I said, I played in the band, and I'm not saying anything about Pentecostals. We
Oh
were
no.
actually we were an offshoot that was called Pentecostal Holiness Church, and I love the people. I played in the band. I did everything I did, and I did it all for free. I didn't get paid for shit. Um, but they would have different people that traveled around the country, and that would come in and be speakers or whatever. And we had like two or three different ones that proclaimed they were prophets. And right off the bat, I was like, yeah, okay, right. They're not prophets, and I always felt about the false prophet thing. And we also did another thing in that church that I always felt was suspected. I've never spoken tongues. I feel like it was, as far as my faith goes, if there was a time for me to speak in tongues, I'd speak in tongues. But we would every Sunday, this one woman would stand up and start speaking Dutch or something, and everybody get quiet, and I'd pray. And then this other woman would get up and interpret what she said, but it was always the same two women. And the other woman that would get up and speak,
Yeah.
she would speak in English, and she would say, "Behold, I have." It always started with "Behold, I have started," and I was thinking, this shit's phony, man. It's phony.
Yeah.
It's not real. I mean, if it was real, I would know it was real. And I felt bad for the guy who ran their band, who would have been a great preacher. Um, they were getting on him because he never spoke in tongues. And there were times where it's like he tried, and I was thinking, Greg, his name is Greg. I was like, Greg, don't, don't even, if it comes to you, if it,
I got thrown out, literally thrown out of a church, because when y'all go up there and they lay hands on you and Jesus is touching you and you're healed and all that stuff, and that preacher laid his hands on me, and I didn't fall down. And I looked at him and says, "You do not have the ability." And they picked me up and threw me out because I did not condone their bullshit. You know what? If you have the power of God behind you, I would have gone down. But I didn't. Proving that this church, and I did say this church be damned to hell. They had to move because that church was no longer good. What? He's thinking.
Bring me back from backstage.
Oh.
Sorry, Yorga. I thought you could. I thought you were muted.
No, I won't move. I will not mute Yorga.
I would. I see your lips moving. I don't hear you.
Yorga, your mic dead?
I just hear like running water. Mute them and then bring them back.
Okay, is that better?
Nope.
No. Hey, Yorga, it's. I can't hear you. It's got to be on your end.
Yorga, you might need to drop out and drop back in. Milo, make sure to put the link in the chat.
Where's the link at?
Where it says invite. On the bottom, it says invite.
Okay. Okay, put it up there.
Hopefully it comes back on. I had to go play the game for a little bit.
Ah, yeah. Son of a bitch. Couldn't come in there and give me a break so I could pee?
I was busy getting killed.
That's because I wasn't there.
Yorga, Yorga, Yorga. We need you. You sexy beast, you. Let me go see if you're backstage.
I was in the green room, baby.
Yeah, and Milo was taking a piss, so I had to run over there to let you in.
I got kicked out somehow.
You had no audio.
Okay, well,
Just waiting on Milo to drain the lizard.
a lot of
But
draining going on.
The only reason I went with the lasers on my 45 is just for the shock and awe. people, when they see that laser pointed at them, they kind of realize that there's a gun behind that.
They shut down. I've got the one that goes like straight laser. Then if you click it again, it goes blinking, which I don't know what that is. And then the next button is off.
See, mine just has on off. That's it.
I like that better. He's taking a healthy piss.
Now he's grabbing another beer, and the dog thinks he's going outside.
I will not grab another beer.
We've had a great
you can grab me one.
conversation. It's been great. I'm glad you're back, Fat Man. I'm glad
Oh
you're
yeah,
back.
I had to go play a game.
What kind of game?
What is it? Left 4 Dead 2 or something like that.
Left 4 Dead 2. Yes.
Yeah.
I do not go and grab a beer. Okay?
The old natty
I grab
lights.
2 at a time.
The old natty lights.
No, it's 12:30 after I'm gonna drink this beer and crash.
It's 3:30 here.
I'm ready to do the same. But no. But Yorga, the Messianic Jews,
Yeah,
are a very interesting group because they're not quite Jewish. That does not believe in the New Testament.
no, I do believe in the New Testament. I do.
Well, yeah.
Maybe I've put the wrong title on myself, but I believe in the Old Testament and I believe in the New Testament. So,
Well, the Messianic Jews also believe in that. Now, a true Jewish does not believe in the New Testament.
I don't. I mean, I do believe in the New Testament. I believe in it all.
But the Messianic Jews, and that's what Messianic is all about,
It's a mess.
something like that, is they believe that maybe Christ, and that's their theory, is that maybe Christ was the Messiah. And that's what it's all about, is the Messiah. True Jews do not believe that Christ was the Messiah.
I get that. I understand. Yeah.
But the Messianic Jews are kind of, maybe he was. I'm not quite sure.
Mine's not a maybe. Mine is that he was, and that they were wrong. But I do. Here's the thing. I've been to a bunch of churches, and I don't want to get preachy or anything, but I've been to a bunch of churches that all they do is the New Testament. And I'm like, what about the Father? I believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I believe in all three. And that's my thing, and that's been my journey. No church has helped me get to this point or anything. I mean, I've been in churches. I want to go back to the Pentecostal one I was in. And we had a preacher that didn't really know the Bible that well, and we had a bass player who I loved him to death. And I was telling him I'd just been reading about Solomon, who was supposedly the wisest man in the world. In my opinion, Solomon was one of the biggest dumbasses in the world, because at the end, when you read towards the end, he went against God and started praising other gods. And I had people in my church going, "That's not true. That's not true." I'm like, "Here it is. Read it." He did.
Okay, there it is, right there. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but if you go into most churches, the guy up up there will go, here's the word of God, blah, 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 from the Bible.
Right.
And then here's my interpretation of it. Okay, first off, why do you need to interpret the Word of God? It's the Word of God.
Thank you.
Set forth. Do not interpret it. Do not try to twist it to what you want it to be. It's the Word of God right out of the book.
That is why I researched it for myself. And you know, I feel bad for people that just go to church and like, I'm too lazy to read the Bible. I'm just going to get this guy to tell me what it says.
Yeah. I mean,
And don't
can
do
I
that.
get the Cliff Notes version?
Yeah.
They've never actually read it.
They never read it. They never read it.
And then now all of a sudden we're here in this day and age, and they're going, "Oh, it's Revelations! It's Revelations!" You know, it was really foretold to you before that in the book of Daniel.
In the book of Daniel, you're right. The book
Maybe
of Daniel.
you skip that chapter.
No, book of Daniel is one of the best ones to read.
I know.
I'm just going to say that Chris Rock had it right in Dogma when he said mankind screwed up and made an idea a religion. Just saying. You got to think about that.
And that's kind of sort of my point of getting back to denominations. I don't consider myself a Methodist, a Baptist, a Presbyterian, which I grew up as, a Pentecostal, holiness, or any of those things. I just want to go to the Bible and find out what God's trying to tell me. And if you go to the Bible, He'll talk to you. He will. If you go looking for God, you will find Him.
No, you will not.
Oh, I did. Oh, I found
it. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. If you seek me out, you will not find me.
I don't remember that part.
You did not seek him out like the others. You felt an emptiness and you opened yourself up to it. But if you look, what is if you look for a sign, none shall be given.
I didn't look for a sign.
You didn't, but you opened yourself.
I wasn't searching for a sign, but I did find him. I found him. Yeah.
Yeah. You opened yourself up to him. You weren't searching for him. You opened yourself to him.
I was searching. I was searching for him. I was searching for him.
But at the same time, you opened yourself up to him. Because if you search him out, he's not going to be there for you.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Just like at the very end, when they sealed up the doors on the ark, all those people searched for him.
But who closed the door on the ark?
The Lord did.
God did. God.
Because
he says it right there. God closed the door.
Mm-hmm. Because he does not want. He wants those that are open to him, which you did, not those that are seeking their ultimate salvation. If that makes sense.
I wasn't seeking my ultimate salvation. I was seeking why my son died. That's all it was. That's all it was. It couldn't have been any more sincere than that. And I'll tell you this real quick.
But you opened yourself to him.
I was looking for him. I knew he was there. I was looking for him, and I think if you seek him out sincerely, you will find him. And I'm not trying to say I'm,
No.
trust me, I'm not perfect or none of that shit, but I know I'm going to heaven. I know I'm going to heaven no matter what. I'll tell you this: if you want to hear, I don't want to really get into like a testimony or something, but one of the things that made me understand this was, and I don't want to get too heavy, but I'm just going to tell you, when my son died, I was playing in the band in that Pentecostal church. Okay? So the preacher came over to my house and everything. I never liked him all that much anyhow. And, but yeah, because he was kind of cheesy and whatnot. And I asked him, I said, sincerely, I didn't know. I was like, so my son died of a heroin overdose. He was a bad kid. And I asked the preacher, I said, so where did he go? And he went, I don't know. Standing right in my kitchen, told me, I don't know. Because I was going, did he go up here or did he go down there?
You know what?
And he said, I don't know. Hold on, let me finish. And that messed with me for a while because I don't want my son in hell. I don't want that. You know, and hell is a real thing. And I went through like 3 months of just beating myself up over, you know, because we put him through 5 different rehabs. We tried everything to cure him from his demons, right? We did everything we could do, and trust me, it cost a ton of money. But then one day, I don't know if God's ever really spoke to you, you know, but he spoke to me.
Oh yeah.
And one day I was laying in bed and I was, you know, tossing and turning and thinking about all this shit. It was like 4 months after that. And this thing came in my head. And it wasn't like, hey, Gary, that's my name. Hey, Gary, what do you think about? It wasn't like that. It was like this instant thing that just said, do you, and talking to me, it said, do you forgive him? Straight up, do I forgive him? And I went, yeah, I forgive him. He's my son. I love him. And the next thing that came into my head was, do you think you can forgive more than God forgives? And I went, no, ain't no way. And it gave me peace because I knew he was forgiven and he was in the right place. You know what I mean? It was that quick. It was like, do you forgive him? I was like, why, yes, I do. You know, then how can you be more forgiving than God himself? I'm like, that's impossible. I can't. There's people I still kind of hate. You know what I mean? How could I be more forgiving than God himself? And that gave me peace and let me know that he was okay. You know,
and I think a lot of people forget that. I really do.
You think a lot of people what?
Forget that. Forget that it's all about forgiveness.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm going through a divorce right now.
Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not.
Well, it sucks.
It does.
It does.
But there's a lot of things, I mean, that I'm doing that are going to benefit her. I'll never forget what she did to me. But I forgive it.
I think, I don't mean to talk, I mean, I know I've been talking like crazy, but really and truly, the biggest part of Christianity is the forgiveness part. That's the hardest thing. It's the hardest thing to do, but that's the best thing to do. I've had enemies that I, you know, I have to just try to forgive them. And, you know, there is one thing in I think it's Isaiah that says, if you forgive your enemies, it will be like pouring hot coals on their head. So I hate to be a vengeance thing, but it's like, give God, just give it to Him. And if they need the hot coals on their head, they're going to get the hot coals on their head.
Hey, you know what? I look at it this way: is if I forgive my enemy, and if that's what happens to them, that is what my Lord has deemed should happen to them.
Vengeance, vengeance is mine. Say so with the Lord.
The Lord. And it's not our place to do it. We sit back and wait for Him to do it. Because we are righteous. And if they are not, they shall get what they deserve.
Yeah. I still pray for them, though. I still hope that there's
nothing
people
wrong.
there's people I really dislike that I hope that they will come around somehow. And I think that's the secret to it, is that, yeah, you can forgive them, or you could say you forgive them, but you got to mean it.
Well, no, you can forgive them, but you don't forget what they did.
Oh, we never do that.
There's a
We never
difference.
do that.
Okay, and
Never
you
do that.
forgive them because you do not want any ill will.
Well, you
against
do it
them.
because that's what God says to do.
Yeah,
And you give the faith that He will take care of whatever needs to be taken care of.
mhm.
And He made the entire universe. Have you seen those pictures from the new telescope? All those galaxies that are way out there.
Yeah.
He made all that stuff, man. I mean,
Right.
if He made everything and He made all that stuff, then little freaking Count Yorga here doesn't really mean a whole lot, but He still loves me, and He still takes care of me and me and my cat, and
I look at it this way is that I had a manager that finally left our company, and I really look back on it, and I forgive him for the way he did things,
right.
and the way he was, but I will never forget it because I don't want to be like that.
Well,
I don't want to be like that, but I forgive him for being that way. That's the way he was.
well, it doesn't mean he was right.
I didn't say that.
It just means that you're right with God.
Yes.
That's what that means.
And whatever happens to him after that, when and that's on him, not on me. I forgive him. Let And I guess my other thing is please let us not do cross paths again.
That's all good. Fine, man.
But I
I'm
forgive you.
not trying to preach either, because I got a whole bunch of people that I don't like. Whole bunch. But
No.
I went to Walmart today, man, and I saw some people that were just like, I was like, look at that, and look at that, and look at and I have this built-in thing that I go, just God bless them. They're not in my life. God bless them. And I think that's kind of the way to go. It's kind of like the forgiveness
Oh yeah.
thing. God bless that person. I don't know what they're going through. I don't know.
I know, but at the same time, that little old lady, when she's pushing her cart down the grocery store aisle and cocks that thing so that you can't get by in either direction.
God bless her.
And
God
walks
bless her.
back 30 feet to look at something. You're just going to be like, what the?
Yeah, but you can't curse people for being stupid. You can't curse people for being stupid. You know what I mean? I try. I swear. Um,
I mean, you can ask all you want. Dear Lord, please strike them dead with lightning.
I don't do that, but
Okay.
I went through. Everybody knows I'm a prick, but I've mellowed over the last 2 years, I guess. And I had 9 different people. Yeah, I felt like I needed to apologize to. And even if, excuse me, I knew they were in the wrong, I still reached out because I don't want to be bitter. I'm 62 years old. I don't want to be bitter anymore. There were certain people I was just like, I'd like to kill that son of a. And I got in touch with every single one of them. Some reacted well and liked my apology. Some I really didn't even owe an apology to. They were people that did me wrong, and I let it go. When I talked to them, like I was the one that was in the wrong. I just wanted everything to be smoothed over.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because the very last one was my brother. Believe it or not, my older brother. We had a falling out, and I hadn't spoken to him in like 4 years. And he was the last one I was holding out on, and I didn't know how to do it. And damn, if his wife didn't die. His wife died, and I just showed up before she died at the hospital. She was getting ready to die, and my brother gave me a big hug, and it was all gone. And it was releasing for me because it was the whole forgiveness thing. Because I've thought about that about Christianity. You can act like the biggest Christian in the world, but if you don't do the forgiveness thing, you're a half-ass Christian. And that was once that happened, and I hated that it happened with his wife was dying. But then I was done. I was done. I made amends with all these people out there. Some did not respond at all. Some did. Some were crappy and said, "Well, I'm glad you apologized, but you're still a dick." And I'm like, "Okay, that's fine." But I got it all done. I got it all done in like it's a 2 years, year and a half, 2 years, something like that. And I just don't want to. Again, I've got more days behind me than I have ahead of me, and I don't want to just be bitter and go, "Oh, that guy was a dick," or "this chick," what. I just kind of want to be free of all that. And I think that's a part of Christianity as far as just letting it go, forgiveness. I'm not the king of it. I'm not the best at it. People still piss me off, but I'm trying.
Do,
You
do,
know,
you, do you hang on to that being pissed off?
What's that?
Do you hang on to that being pissed off?
No, it's all gone. It's all gone.
That's what matters.
It's all gone.
Um,
Every bit of it, because I feel like I did what I was supposed to do, and whether people accept it or not is up to them. And if they don't, that's okay. But the most I can do is come back in and go, "I'm sorry." It's the most I can do.
yeah. No, it's very strange. After I got married, my soon to be ex, she drove me away from my family. And the day that she left, well, actually it was a few days after she left, I reached out to my family again. And they were very receptive to have me back.
Good.
My dad was just like, "Well, I knew it was going to happen, but I can't tell you how to run your life."
Good answer.
Hey, absolutely. You know what? He's going to let me be my own person. But I got back in touch with my parents. I got back in touch with my sister. I got back in touch with my niece that does not like my sister. But yeah, I got back in touch with all of them. And it was just like because of this one person that drove you all away from that.
Yep. Yep. I've had several girlfriends and wives that have tried to do the same thing to me. That they try to, and it's like the frog in a pot of water, and then you cut the water off, to get high, and then they don't know they're getting boiled. I've
Yeah.
been in that. I've been in that situation a bunch of times. And once you realize you're being boiled, it's like almost too late. It's like,
Yeah, it's too late. You can't get out.
yeah, I've lost everything. Literally everything I've ever had. I want to say 4 times, but really 3 good times. I mean, lost everything I ever had and had to start over again. And this last time, it doesn't seem that long ago, but it was 2011. So I've been in this house for 11 years, and life is good. I'm just like, screw it, dude. Just me and my cat, and we're good. I don't need any kind of other dumb shit going on.
And you know what? In my life, that's what's happening right now too. Is
Man,
I mean my first 2 exes, I just okay, whatever you want.
yeah. You do that. Whatever you want to get. I just want out of this shit.
I just want
I've done that. Yeah.
this last one. I went down to the courthouse and filed paperwork because you know what? You're slow dicking this, and I'm tired of it. I have a date, and I have this awful feeling is that because officially we're still married. If I do not file this paperwork, I'm going to feel bad going on this date, going, no, I'm still married. No, I filed paperwork. And and that's where I'm at right now. It's just you know what? You know what? Guess what? This time I'm fighting for me. I don't care what you want. If you think something's unfair, well, you got 20 days to file a response.
Yeah. Well, don't just give up all your shit.
Oh, she ain't getting nothing.
Well, a lot of times, and I've done it before. You give up all your shit just to get out. And don't do that. I got
Oh no.
seriously fucked the last go round. Seriously fucked.
One of the biggest things was that we moved into this place that we're in, that I'm in now, and she's like, I'm going to make you sell it. And I'm like, no, because I have actual records that said you will sign it over to me. Well, you got to make that happen.
What a bitch.
Oh, let's not even go there. Well, I talked to the people that hold the lien and everything, and the company went, okay, this is what you got to do. You got to do this, 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 and this. So I told her, okay, I can do this. You got to do this, blah, 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 And she's like, well, I don't think that's right. Okay, that's fine.
That's how they do.
If it comes down to a court of law, I told you, I have that I told you, and that you decided not to, and I will win. I don't know what more you want. She finally relented. And now we're going for a uh, default. Thank you. Default decree. I've got to
Can
add
I,
some things to it because in her benefit.
can I ask you a question? Did you guys, you and your ex, you and your soon-to-be ex, ever commingle money? Did you have your money together?
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was it?
Did you ever commingle your money where you had a like joint bank account?
No.
Thank God, because that's one of the biggies in the divorce is commingled money.
Oh yeah.
If you didn't commingle it, it's whatever. It's yours. It's yours. I
Her
did.
debt,
I screwed
her
up.
debt is hers. Mine is mine.
I screwed up, and mine was I had to pay 23 grand, uh, $500 a month for almost 5 years, and I was the one with the kids. I got custody of the kids, so I had the kids,
Yeah.
and I'm paying this dumb bitch, $500 a month for almost 5 years. The
No,
funniest,
I
I was
haven't
just
had a bank account for 15 years now.
okay.
She wanted to put me on hers, and I said, no, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's not a good idea, and I
Now
did that.
now that it's $6,000 in debt, I don't have any responsibility on it. I'm
The,
sorry.
the funny, no, I was just gonna say the funny thing with mine was it wasn't funny. I lost a lot of money, but I got custody of my kids, and my youngest daughter went to court with me, and she wanted to stay with me. She wanted to go with the mom, and they put her mom on the stage, who was good looking. It's just one of these people you put her on the stand, and people are going to go, "Wow, check her out." She was, I'll give her that, but she could lie. She was the biggest liar in the world. And she said, "I swear to you, I swear to God, this happened." She said, "This is during the custody, not the divorce, but the custody." And she said that I used to call her a whore in front of the kids. And I swear I never did. I swear I never called her a whore. I never did. She was a whore, but I didn't ever call her a whore. And and she said, "He used to call me a whore in front of the kids." And the judge said, I'll just say it straight out. He said, "Mr. Bode, is that true?" And I went, and I knew a joke. When you know a joke is coming,
Yeah.
I just went, I said, "Not in front of the kids." And I knew I never called her a whore, ever. I never did. But I said, "Not in front of the kids." And the judge went,
Yeah.
I keep cracking up, and I ended up winning. They took my daughter back and talked to the judge, and she said, "I want to live with my dad. I don't want to live with her," and we won custody, and it was great. And I didn't even have a lawyer. She had a lawyer, and I beat them with not even having a lawyer. No shit. Yep.
Well,
So I'm proud of that. I still had to pay the bitch $23,000.
I'm sure I told you all this once before, but back on March 9th, my soon-to-be ex that was her last night here. She calls 911, and I don't know for whatever reason, when she called them, I got my phone out, and hit video. And when she said, I think he's going to the bedroom for a gun. And I've got the phone right here, and I'm sitting on the couch going, really? You just said that? So now all of a sudden, I got 4 cop cars out front.
Yep. That's my ex. You married my ex-wife.
We got to go through the whole bullshit, get her out, safety. I've got to come out. And what weapons do you have on you? I have none. Oh, wait a minute. I have my multi-tool. I have my box cutter, blah, 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 blah. I walk 3 steps backwards, put your hand behind your back, and I get handcuffed.
Damn.
Well, no, it's, you know what? The police are protecting themselves, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Right. They got to do what they got to do.
Themselves. They're walking into a situation they know nothing about. Nothing. And they come up to me, they put me up against the car and everything, and they said, she said you went to get a gun. And I looked at them and says, yeah, and I have video from my couch to show I didn't. Would you like to see it?
Wow.
And they said, we'll be right back. And they went to talk to her, and they come back, and they looked at me and said, she's going to be over there. We need you to stay right here, but we're going to get those handcuffs off you. Because she admitted that you did not. I said, can I get a copy of this police report stating that? Why do you need that, sir? Because she is not allowed back in that house ever again.
Yep. Mine, once I found out, hear me out real quick. Mm-hmm. Once I found out mine had a boyfriend and she admitted she had a boyfriend, here I am working 2 jobs to keep us all, going, and she's not working or anything. I said, let me see the checkbook because she used to do all the bills, which was a big mistake on my part. I said, let me see, and she didn't know I'd already went to the bank and cut her name off of the banking account. Yeah. I said, let me see the checkbook. She goes, oh, here it is. I said, good. I put it in my back pocket. I said, you're off the checkbook now. And she started raising me. Holy hell. And the only thing I ever did was I picked up a roll of paper towels. The ones that are wrapped single with the cellophane on them, and they're just single. One of them, And I was so pissed off, I chunked it at her, turned her back, hit her in the back. It didn't even go pow. It went, because it was so, there's nothing there. Yeah. He picked up the phone and called 911. 911, my husband is abusing me. So the cops came over and everything. And of course they separate us, and we told them, and they were looking at her for bruises and stuff, and there's nothing. There ain't nothing there. And
you assaulted her with boundaries.
So then she took the kids and ran over to her brother's house, who was he was the captain of the football team. It's a great big dude. Yeah. Who I like. We're friends. We're still to this day, him and his wife and everything.
Really?
We're always friends. Yeah, we're still friends and everything. But she went running over there saying, Gary's abusing me. And him and his son were going to come over to my house and beat my ass at me, when all I did was throw that one roll of paper towels that went. I mean, yeah, I did. I threw something at me.
Well, you were in the Navy.
But the thing was, they were like, Gary did that. I mean, y'all know me. It's Yorga and everything. And I called their house when I knew that's where she was going. I talked to his wife and I said, look, I said, and she was pissed off. She was like, you've been beating her. I'm like, I haven't. And I said, look, she's come to your house to stay. My kids hated staying over there. They did. You know, I said, just keep an eye on her. And when things get goofy, give me a call. It took 20 days. 20 days. 20 days. And her brother was calling me going, what the fuck's up with Kathy? And I went, I knew you'd call me. And because she just got really weird. She thought she was psychic. She thought she could talk to ghosts. She thought that, and all this came out of nowhere, man. I was married to her for 15 years and we had a good marriage. And all of a sudden she just turned into somebody else. It was bizarre.
Yeah.
It was bizarre. And they, and I knew if she stayed there for a while, they were going to realize it. And they were normal, like I'm normal.
You went from psychic to psycho.
She was, well, both, I guess. But the thing is, too, we had this thing called a guardian ad litem, which is a lawyer that is, I guess, by the state or the county is assigned to your children. They're my kids' lawyers, not mine or not hers.
Okay.
And so they would come in and check up on us and everything. And she was lying about everything. She was lying about all kinds of goofy shit. You know, they were like, oh, yeah. And we went to court and I ended up winning custody of my kids. Thank God. You know? And here's the thing about that I want to say about that. She ran off with some schmuck to Montana, you know? And I had the kids. But
note to self, don't get land in Montana.
But when the kids would, you know, fall over on a skateboard and break a tooth, I was there. When they got awards from school, I was there. You know, when all these things, you know, so I can sleep at night. You know, I mean, there's so many things she missed from her own children. And how can you carry children in your belly and desert them? I don't get that shit. How can you do that? You know, I'm not hooting on women at all because plenty of men do that too. You know, but I just don't. Yeah. These are my kids, man. I'm not doing that shit. You know, and I've had people along the years that you go, you're such a good dad. You took care of your kids and everything. I'm like, no, I'm not. I just did what I had to do. You know, I just did. You know, I've got kids and they're my kids and I got to take care of them, man. That's all there is to that. There's no special awards for that shit or anything else. But there is a special award for douchebag wives or husbands that abandon their children. You know,
yes.
There is.
It's called purgatory.
And they ain't the award you want. They ain't the one you want. I have all those memories, good and bad.
Yeah.
You know, emergency room trips, you know, all that shit. I did all that shit, you know.
Yeah.
She missed out on everything. And now it's too late. Now it's too late to relive, you know, any of that. So I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but I did.
It's never too late. It's never too late.
But you see what I'm saying? You just do what you're supposed to do. That's all there is. You just do what you're supposed to do.
Be the person you're supposed to be.
Well, take care of the shit that's under your wheelhouse. You know, I mean, that's the way I look at it. You know,
wheelhouse.
You're 46 years old, and all of a sudden think you're 17 again, and going to get on the internet and do nude photos and run off with some guy from Montana when you've got two, you know, growing up children. You know.
And you look at nude photos of 19-year-olds going, I changed your diaper. What the hell? Well, Sorry, y'all, but I gotta call it a night.
Yeah, it's pretty late here. What parts of the country are you in, Milo? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm out in Arizona. It is.
Oh wow.
1:15.
Oh geez, I'm on the East Coast. It's 4:12, 4:13.
You lasted longer than I did.
Yeah,
I've been up since 4 this morning.
have you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And where are you at? Where are
Huh?
you at, Batman?
Where,
Oh, you're
where,
in. Both of y'all are in Arizona.
Yeah.
Arizona. We have our own time zone. We don't change.
I can tell you a funny story about Arizona. When I was a little, very little boy, 1963, I was 3 years old. We moved from Sacramento, California to here, to Richmond, Virginia. And I remember this clearly, and my sisters remember too. We went to Arizona, crossing through. And I loved the way that state looked so much, the desert and everything. Loved it so much. And somebody said, "All right, we're leaving Arizona." And I don't know what state we're going into. I don't know, New Mexico or whatever. But
Yeah.
I cried like hell because we're leaving Arizona. I didn't want. I was like, "Stop! Leave me here. Leave me. I want to stay in Arizona." I shit you not. And my sisters, I asked them within the last year or so, did they remember that? And they said, "Yeah, you went crazy." So something about Arizona, I just want to stay there.
What's really funny is that I went up to um, oh, crap, Canyon Rock in Arizona about 12 years ago. And I mean, it takes a lot of roads to get there. And there's a town you go through. It's called Kayenta, Arizona.
Caliente?
Kayenta.
Okay, Cayenta.
And as we got there, I've been driving a long time to get there. I had to pee.
Yeah.
So it's like, let's take a stop here at this Burger King, of all places. And I got to pee. So I go in to pee. They order sandwiches, drinks, whatever they do. And all of a sudden, over here at this table is a bunch of old guys. And the next thing everybody else knew, while they finish up what they bought, I'm sitting there at that table with the old guys. There was only 3 of them left, but they were the original code talkers.
Oh wow, Navajo is the thing.
Navajo Nation talking with code talkers.
Awesome.
Learning, and I'm just like absorbing what they went through. And everybody was like, "We got to go." And I just turn around and look at them with that look of, "Fuck you."
Yeah,
That I need to know this.
yeah, I would have hung with them too.
Oh God, they were great.
That's cool.
I
My
mean,
dad,
I mean,
my dad was a World War II fighter pilot. No shit.
I got married and honeymooned in San Francisco, and they had a submarine out there, the Pampanito. And so on our honeymoon, we did the tour of the Pampanito. She had to pay twice to get back onto it to find out where the fuck I was.
Was that an American sub?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I've been through the German one in Chicago. There's a German
no.
U-505, I think it is.
The thing is, I was still down in the engine room talking with the guys that were served on it. And You've been here
Yeah.
the entire time? Yeah. Talking with the guys here. We're having a great time. Why? It's been 2 hours.
Yeah, you and me would have been doing the same shit.
Okay.
If I had a wife, she
Well,
would be trying to drag me out of there too.
yeah. Well, you might want to come back in 2 more because we ain't done talking.
Yeah, I would have been. Look, you and me are carbon copies. I would have been the same thing. Submarines fascinate me, especially like World War II submarines.
Oh, gosh.
Das Boot is one of my favorite movies.
Oh. Well, it was really interesting. I mean, a lot of it, I mean, there was only 5 of them there, and most of them that were worked on the engines. But the one guy that was really fascinating was the chef, the guy that ran the galley, because it was when we came into port, we have to feed this many people.
Yeah.
For this long, and you would not imagine where we had to cram food.
Yeah.
And
I know.
mean, they used every available space.
Potatoes hanging up and shit. Yeah. I know they did.
It was like there's pipes running over there, from here to there, and he said we would stack stuff up on that. And you want to see a picture of it? And I'm like,
No, well, you can, but
wow.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Because food was a commodity. I mean, that was the commodity back then. In fact, the new nuclear subs can go as long as they want, and the only thing that brings them back is food.
It's food.
That's it.
Yeah. But it was really fascinating to learn from this guy that worked. I mean, the chef or the whatever they call him on a World War II submarine, and what
it was. I forget what he was called too. I was in the Navy, but it's the mess hall, and I actually had a real appreciation for those guys because they were feeding everybody and they were working their asses off. You had to do breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You know what I mean? And you had to have it all, going, and it was a constant. Then you got to clean up and everything, and then they were peeling potatoes and all kind of shit. Yeah, those guys, I got a great appreciation for the mess hall guys. And
you know what? And in all regards, to do it on a boat. I mean, I don't care what class in the Navy you are, but you got to do it on a boat that moves side to side, back and forth.
Yeah, all that shit. Everything's on a gimbal. You know what I mean? Everything's on a fucking gimbal. Even the stove is on a gimbal.
Except the guys washing dishes.
And those guys are heroes as well, I think. The washing dishes guys, man. All of those guys, man. You got to feed everybody.
I mean, it's, you never, as high up as you go, you just seem to forget those people.
I don't. I went to boot camp in Great Lakes. We called it Great Mistakes. But there was 11 troops, and we're all recruits now. Just 11,000 knuckleheads, and they had to feed us breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 11,000 people, and I mean every day. And the shit they went through, I was like, "Dang, God, that job would suck," But we always had good. But I swear, we always had good food. It was always good. It wasn't like prison food or no. We always had good food. We had good, and the sub guys, the guys on the subs got the best food. They got all the steaks and shit. Like, yeah, the sub guys, they could grow their hair out long. They could do, you know, they got away with a whole lot of shit the rest of us couldn't get away with.
No, I just, you know what? I looking back on it, even today, I never gave two shits about that. But you know what? I ate good, really did.
Yeah, I actually, believe it or not, when it was going on, like in boot camp, when I first got to boot camp, and I'm one of those crazy fuckheads that after like 4 days of suck in boot camp, I ended up loving boot camp. I loved boot camp, and the
I
food
did.
was
I did.
good.
No,
I
wait. I did too.
I appreciated the mess hall guys, all that shit. I mean, I really did. It was like, holy hell, the work they're putting in, you know, and every day we had, and it was, I was up there in the winter time, right? And one of these big metal doors on the mess hall had just fallen off, and they just left it. And there was still, you know, every breakfast, lunch, dinner, 11,000 guys. You know, and that door didn't get fixed for a month or two, just because it's just too much shit going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we always got good food. It was always good. Plus, you're starving every time you go. You're starving.
You know what? If you walked in there and they said we ain't got no food, you'd be like, ah.
I'd have gone over the fence, but I wasn't. No, I wouldn't have done that. But I was the mail guy. You remember how they, like in the old TV shows, they go mail call when it's like the
God,
mail
you were
guy that gets it. I was that guy. I was the mail petty officer.
you were radar. If
Um, kind of, but I was kind of the cool one too because I was older than everybody else. I was 26 when I went in there. I wasn't, you know, 17, 18, 19 years old. And but what I did is I had an assistant to show you just how fair I am. I had an assistant, and his name was Saunders. And when we got the mail, we would take it all in alphabetically order. Uh, Put them on. If your name was Anderson, you're probably first. You know, blah 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 blah.
yeah,
And then we take my mail and his mail, and we would put it last. We would not open it, and we'd go out and hand out all the mail, and then him and I would go back and open our own mail. You know, because I just felt like that was the best way to do.
yeah.
You know, there was all kinds of goofy shit going on there, like the quarter deck where I got my mail from. There was the guy that was above me, who was a dick. He would shake a box and sound like cookies, and they would open it up and eat all the cookies. It came from somebody's mom. Just, you know, and I was like, that's fucked up. Well, I almost got in a fist fight with those fuckers over that shit. I was like, that's fucked up.
You know, that's been happening for years.
Yeah, but don't do that shit, man. Cookies, man. Come on. Cookies. Are you kidding me?
That's been happening for decades.
Well, when it happened to me, I didn't like that shit.
No. I understand. Back in the day, during Vietnam, when a person could have a personal sidearm, my dad actually sent my uncle a Smith & Wesson 45.
Yeah, well, that's different from cookie. But anyway.
No, because eventually they found out the 45 never made it to my uncle, and the supply sergeant was carrying it. He got court-martialed.
Good.
And it took 4 years to get the firearm back. And my dad still has it today.
Well, good. I'm glad he got it back.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff just pisses me off to no end.
So,
To just
so,
get a package, you're in charge of packages coming in,
yeah.
and then you go, well, wait a minute,
Well,
let me see what's in
well,
here, you know.
and you're in charge of packages coming in and going out.
But
And and
what about? Think about this. You got a recruit who's 18 years old, Great Lakes. His mother sends him cookies. And how much would those cookies mean to him? Like he would have shared them with everybody and,
Yeah.
and all that shit. But these
Oh,
fuckheads up on the
absolutely.
quarterdeck are laughing and eating them all. And that's what I came across. Man, I'm serious, man. It was this close to a fist fight over that shit.
Bullshit.
It's bullshit. Why would I take my mail and my friend's mail and put them in the back to give everybody else out everything? You know, I'm not trying to act like a saint or anything, but it's felt like, what's the best way to do this?
Hey,
You know?
hey, guess what, Bob? You got a box. Sorry it's been opened. Because Sarge back there decided he wanted to see what was in it.
Well, Bob would never, in my situation, Bob would never get the box because they already opened up, thrown away all the evidence, you know, all that shit.
Yeah.
And man, I was like,
Yeah.
man, you're in charge of me, man, and you're doing this shit. You know, man, kiss my ass. Because I was 26. I could give a damn about a cookie. You know what I mean? But in boot camp, a cookie was like, oh, it's like crack or something, man.
Well, I remember that in boot camp too. And when they got them, yeah, we all shared. And
Yeah, everybody shared. Yeah, hell yeah. Because that's what their mom wanted them to do.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
That's what, you know, it's got to do with integrity and love and everything else.
Yeah.
And then when you got these corrupt fuckers that were at the, you know, that were above me, they were all corrupt as shit. You know, it's like, hold on a minute, man. Oh yeah, we almost came down to blows over that shit, man. It came real close.
Yeah.
But I knew I was the one that's going to end up getting in trouble. So I don't know. I didn't chicken out. I didn't chicken out though. That's for sure.
My best days in the military were in boot camp.
Where'd you go?
I was in Fort Dix, New Jersey in 97 or 87.
Army. Yeah.
And we actually had a guy that came in that he was going to go to drill sergeant school. He wanted to be a drill sergeant, finish out his career as a drill sergeant. But he had a patch on this shoulder and he had a patch on this shoulder. And they were both the same. He was a ranger. And I learned so much from that man. I mean, his first day there, we'd like to introduce you to Sergeant Beeson. And this is after a 5-mile run. We'd like to introduce you to Sergeant Beeson, and he's got a few words for you. And his first words were, "Who wants to go again?" And stupid me, I went,
Yeah, I would have been that guy.
I was.
I would have been that guy.
All of a sudden, the senior master drill goes, "Okay, you got to volunteer. Go running. We'll see you back here in an hour." We get 500 yards outside of everything, and he goes. Beeson looks at me and goes, "Do you smoke?" I said, "Yeah, but I don't have any." And he goes, "Here." And he hands me a cigarette. And we're sitting there walking along the road having cigarettes. And that was great when it was just me and him.
Yeah, because you knew you were in. He
Oh,
knew.
no, he was fantastic.
He knew. in the Navy we had company commanders. They were called CTs. That was your drill instructor. I had one. Well, the one I had in boot camp. This fucking guy looked like Sylvester Stallone with blonde hair, and he talked. And he was from Boston, and he talked just like that and everything. This guy, I still respect to this day, and I can't believe. In that year, he was only 30 years old, but he was, everybody respected him, and it was, and I don't know if he did this on purpose, but we all went to a drill hall, and there was a boxing match, and it was him, and he beat the living shit out of like 3 different guys with boxing gloves on, man. They were boxing, like one, and then the next, and then the next, and we were like, holy shit, that's our company commander, But this guy, he was super cool to me. Even though we used to get mashed, which it's like one guy would get in trouble. You know how that went. One guy would get in trouble, and everybody gets punished, right?
Yeah,
and that's a smart idea. That it really is. But one day,
it teaches team building.
Yeah, we used to call it mashed meant make a sailor hurt. Okay, yeah. and one day you had to share a rack, these great big bunk beds that were made out of metal, with another guy, right? And this other son of a bitch who lived on top of me, which I didn't really care for him, he was out sick. He was out sick that day at sick bay. So we did this thing. Somebody pissed off the company commander. I don't know who did. It wasn't me. I was always squared away and had my shit together. And we did this thing where he was going to cuss us out and walk up and down through our barracks. And he'd go, out, board. And everybody would, because your barracks was like a ship. We had bulkheads and all this stuff. And so we're supposed to, 2 of us pick up that heavy ass bunk bed and move it outboard. It's like, I don't know, 6 feet, 6 feet, something like that. Outboard. And then he cusses out some more and he goes, inboard. And he would count them. It was 100 times. I'll never forget. And you have to pick up the thing and go inboard and pick up. But I didn't have a partner. And so I'm just picking up one end of this heavy ass son of a bitch and just moving it. I knew I was scraping up the floor, and I figured I'd get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
But it was just me and 100 times of that shit. And he was cussing us all up, and he came up and he looked at me and he went, had this look of, you poor son of a bitch. And he went, outboard, and we picked it. There was another time where I was on watch and we had this fake gun. There was this fake rifle, it didn't shoot or anything, but I was on watch and he was mashing our company, we all got in trouble for something. And I was thinking, I hate watch, but thank God I'm on watch, and I'm all And he comes back and he looks at me and he goes, watch, you're not out of this shit. Get down. And they made you do push-ups with the gun. With the fucking gun, man. 300 push-ups, man. And I had this pile of sweat that was coming out of my head. You just do what you got to do. You do it. You do what they tell you to do, man.
I remember.
It made me a better person, man.
It did. It made me appreciate a lot of different things.
I truly loved boot camp, and when I got out of boot camp, it wasn't as fun. It was weird. It was like, man, I want to go back to boot camp.
Yeah, that was fun.
It was fun.
One day, when you go to get your weapons, and I don't know what you all got, but we had to carry our weapons everywhere. And I go in there to get my M16, and they went, you got to hand them your card, and they look at it and they check the serial numbers and all this bullshit. And they went, your card is no longer good. And I went, I went, what? What do you mean my card is no longer good? Now you're not qualified to carry the M16 anymore. What do you mean?
Well,
Here
give me
you
a BB
go.
gun. Damn it. Give me a BB gun, damn it.
No. They hand me the M60. And I'm just like, what the fuck? You're joking, right? I am not. I weigh $125, and I am supposed to carry the M60. Yes. And here's two boxes of ammo. Pick out the two fattest fucks to carry your ammo. You're joking, right? And Beeson, Sergeant Beeson is back there laughing his ass off because he set this up. And it's like, oh my God, I got to carry an M60 now. You asshole. But honest to God, all said and done, the man knew I could do it. He knew I could. That Ranger knew I could do it.
Did y'all have to do a swim test?
No. Army don't swim. We throw Marines into the water.
And I've been able to, I've flunked every swimming test I ever had in my life, but I can float like a turd. I mean, I can float like, and I can tread water for forever, even right now. I mean, throw me in the water, I tread water forever. We did a swim test, and there was people like drowning all around me. But the guys that were in charge of it had these big long poles, and they could tell that I was just like a frog, you know. I could just fucking just. They kept taking these poles and like pushing my head down underwater, you know, and I'd come back up and yeah, they were having a blast with me. They knew they couldn't drown my ass, you know, and they're jumping in the water, saving all kinds of people around me, you know, drowning.
I don't like Beeson.
And I'm like, I was like to all the people that were drowning, I'm like, why'd you join the Navy, you dumbass? What, you know, what the fuck you think? You don't know how to swim? What the hell? You should join the Air Force or some shit.
Yeah. No, I did enjoy Boot because, I mean, that Ranger taught me so much. And after I got out of there, I really wish I would have followed through with Ranger training.
I wouldn't have, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't have traded that for anything. And
yeah,
when I went into the Navy, I was like this failed rock star. I just didn't make it. And you know, and that's fine. But I didn't have anything else going. And I was like, I'm going to join the fucking Navy. And I went in there and I was a squared away sailor and had a blast. And some of the funniest stories I have in my life is from boot camp. And some of the best friends I ever met were in boot camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the things that I can use today,
do you remember? Hey, do you remember service? Do you remember service week? Remember when you're in boot camp and you have to do service week? That means you need to go to the mess hall or whatever.
We didn't even get there.
Service week. It was like the week before or something. But I was actually lucky. It's funny because when I joined, my brother-in-law had been in the Navy during Vietnam, and he said, "Don't volunteer for anything." And I went, "All right." And but the very first night I was in there, they said, because I'd been a musician, you know what I mean? They said, "Look, we're looking for volunteers."
No.
to be it was called Triple Threat, to be either in the band, which was, horns and stuff like a school band, which I hadn't played those. I hadn't played those in years. But I had played with horns. Or the drill team, which is the guys with the swords and all that shit.
Yeah,
Or
rifles and
or,
swords.
or the chorus. And I went, fuck it. I volunteered to sing. And I made it. I volunteered, and I passed the audition. And so they put us in a special company called Triple Threat. And the thing is, we had special treatment, but we had to stay longer. The boot camp was supposed to be 8 weeks.
Yeah.
I think we were there like 13 weeks, something like that. But what we did was every week when there was a graduation, which was on Friday, people would graduate boot camp, all the families would come and everything. We'd come out, we'd sing, and then the band, what cracked me up was, as far as the chorus went, which I was not a good singer, I was all right. but we got even better treatment because the guy who ran us was a civilian. But the band was what cracked me up so much, because we could look down through the drill hall and the band would get in trouble for hitting a wrong note. And the guy would go, ground your instruments. And these guys are putting saxophones down and shit, and had to do push-ups on top of their saxophones and shit. And we're all going, what? These dumb folks. But yeah, every Friday we'd have to literally perform, but that was cool too. But one time, I got to tell you this one before we leave. I mean, I'm talking, I know. Thanksgiving 1986 was the best Thanksgiving I ever had in my life. And we're up in Chicago, right? And I'm in boot camp. And I like to drink and I like to smoke, but I couldn't do any of that shit in there.
Wait. 86? You went into boot camp?
Yeah, 86. Yeah.
Jeez. You went a little late, didn't you?
Yeah, I was 26 years old.
I was 19 and I was 87.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm way older than you. I still look good though, don't I? Anyway.
I just like, wow.
Yeah. So they had this thing for some reason, and we're on service week, okay? But we didn't have to go to the mess hall. We didn't have to do that shit, because we were a little bit kind of special. Not special forces, we were just special.
Yeah.
And we had service week, and they had all these families. The radio stations in Chicago came up with this thing. It was called Rent a Rick, which we were recruits. And it was like, if you want to take a recruit home for Thanksgiving, and then bring them back,
Oh,
have
that's
things.
cool.
Yeah, it was super cool. Thanksgiving. But we were on service week, so we couldn't go.
Oh.
But our company commander, he had to go do something else. This is the guy who looked like Rocky Balboa with blonde hair. Right? You're all scared to death of him, but he was great. And he said, none of you sons of bitches are going anywhere. And he had to leave and go do something else. Well, this captain, our captain of the Navy came up and he said, we've ran out of recruits to go home with these people and we want you to go. And we were all like scared to death. We're all like going. But our company commander said, yeah. And then finally it was me and this guy named Jackson from Mississippi, this big old strapping guy used to catch rattlesnakes and shit. Me and him went, fuck it, we're going. And this old man picked us up, who was as nice as he could be. No, this is a beautiful story. He picked us up and we left. We left out of boot camp. And I was like, I can't believe, because I'd felt like I've been in prison for, weeks and weeks. And we're going out of this place, right? Takes us up to this place called Highland Park, Chicago, where they just had a shooting not long ago. When they said Highland Park, Chicago, in the news, I went, whoa, I've been there. That was it's a nice place. Takes us to his house. had this wonderful wife with this giant Thanksgiving dinner. Oh, but before, she was the one that opened the door, and she said, okay, so my friend was like 20 and I was like 26. And she goes, do you boys drink? And I went, hell yeah. She goes, all right, well, cool. She said, are you old enough to drink? And I'm in boot camp still, right? So we go in there and they had a guitar and I started playing guitar and everything. I'm wooing everybody, you know, and they had this giant ass turkey and ham and all this stuff. And these are Yankees. And me and Jackson, he was from Mississippi. So we're Southern, you know, and they just loved the way we talked and everything. And it was the best Thanksgiving I ever had in my life. I got drunk. I drank everything that lady had in her house, from whiskey to wine to whatever. I drank it all. And the guy drives us back, and we're not supposed to have left base, right?
Yeah.
And I came back drunker than hell. And our company commander was mad as shit. Any of us that went. And he lined us all up, you know, like you're in that position to get ready to lift your bed and move it back and forth.
Have you been out?
Huh?
No.
Anyway, so I'm drunk as a fart in boot camp. And he goes walking up and back saying, anybody that's been drinking, stand forward. And that was one of the one times I just went, I ain't fucking doing it. And I think he knew, and he just said, no. And he goes, all right, everybody else is going to have a pizza party or some shit, but you guys at left base don't get it. And I was like, fucking A, I'll go with that. I don't need no pizza, you know? And so we got out of that shit.
No, I remember one time that with Beeson, we're sitting out there doing the fake hand grenade tosses on the practice field and setting up the fake claymore. And like you had one and one. And there's 40 of us. And I'm like, this is stupid. Let's just go out in these woods here and camouflage ourselves and see if we can do that. Then the next thing I know is I hear them yell, for me. And I got this thing in my helmet. It's this freaking tall of weeds. And I just run to him. And he goes, what are you doing? What am I supposed to say? We're practicing camouflage. He grabs my helmet off my head, goes, okay, first off, it's not supposed to be that tall. Now, get it down with the top of the helmet. So when you look up, you're not this big fucking bush sticking out of the weeds.
Right.
Now, go out there and teach the rest of them that. I don't have to do push-ups or anything? Okay. Fuck yeah. But he still made me carry the M60. I will never forgive him for that.
Let me ask you this, and this is an honest question. I've always heard, I've never shot an M16, but I've always heard that it has a small shell and it's more to maim people than to kill people. Because a maimed enemy is somebody that the enemy has to take care of, as opposed to a killed enemy is. Does that make sense? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I do understand what you're saying. Yes, it was the same theory of World War II when the Germans used the 9mm. It wasn't a killing round. It was a wounding round.
Yeah.
And
then you got a whole lot more shit you got to deal with.
Well, no, no. The actual theory is that if you kill them, they fall down. If you wound them, you take one person out. You take out the other person that has to drag them to safety. And you take out the third person that helps the second person carry them to safety. So you've actually taken out 3 people with one.
Got you. But is a M16? And I swear I don't know a shit about it. But is it like kind of like a 22? It's a small round.
Yes, it is. It's a very high power 22.
Okay. Yeah, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
I always heard back in the 70s, and I used to work with a lot of Vietnam vets at the company I worked for, and they said it was considered a political weapon. I remember them saying that it was a political weapon because
it was very much, because it honestly, it should never have become a military firearm. But during the Kennedy administration, one of his underlings, and I can't remember what his position was, but I remember his name, McNamara.
McNamara, yeah, I know who McNamara is.
Decided to standardize a bunch of stuff, and that was one of them. Is that the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, and the Army should use the same weapon.
It's almost diabolical in a way, but I get it though. I do get it. Yeah.
In a way, yes. But in a way, no. Because then again, they turned around and went and got contracts or contract bids from companies, and obviously Colt won. And we have the 5.56 M16 and all the variants after that. And it's just a high-powered 22.
There you go. Okay, all right. Well, you can kind of confirm what I was told.
Yeah, when in all actuality, the Marines and the Army had a much better weapon. It would take them out.
Okay.
But because of the Air Force and the Navy not needing it so much, but Air Force, because they're a bunch of wusses, the M16 was adopted.
I'll tell you something, if you don't mind. Are you going to hang out for a few more minutes?
Sure.
Something about war and the way wars are waged now and the way they were. And this actually blew my mind. My father was a World War II fighter pilot. He flew 247 Thunderbolts. And I'm not trying to brag or anything like that. But growing up, I thought everybody's dad was a war hero. I really did. Everybody in the neighborhood was military, and, we had a colonel live behind us. And all this kind of shit, so I just felt like it was normal. And I didn't really know exactly what he did during the war. Most of his stuff was ground support, blowing up tanks and trains and, shit like that, And he would get in some, fighter pilot stuff. He shot down a few Germans. But later on, I found this video of, and it's on YouTube. It is on YouTube. You can look up Thunderbolts something or another, and it's narrated by Jimmy Stewart. It's like dun 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 dun
Well,
dun. That's what Thunderbolts are doing. Brr, 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 brr. It had all this real footage, and the thing that got me was, yes, they would go down and blow up trains and blow up tanks and everything. When they're coming back, over Germany, and they had ammo left, they could shoot anything they wanted. I mean, like just farmhouses and shit. You know, I mean that shit
oh
blew
yeah,
my mind.
no,
But that's how you win a war. You know, and there was a narrator on there. You know, that was doing the footage and everything. He was going, "Oh, I wonder what's in this house." You know, it's nothing there. And I wonder what's in this house. I'm thinking, are there kids in there and shit? You know, it looked like Amelia County, Virginia, you know, out in the country, you know, it looked just like that. And finally one house blows up. He goes, yeah, I knew it was going to. And there was like a farmer out in the field, and he goes, no friend of mine. And he shoots the living hell out of the guy and his horse and everything. And I was just like, oh my God, they did that shit back then, you know,
oh
and it was, they had free reign to do it, but again, that's how you win wars. You know,
do you
it's
know
still
why they emptied?
it's
Do you know
it's
why
still
they emptied
disturbing. It's
their guns?
disturbing to me. It is. I swear it is. But that's what he did. He never talked about it really. You know, I don't know how many people my dad killed. I ain't got a fucking clue. It
Do
was a
you know
lot.
why they? But when on their return, when they accomplished their mission, and if they had extra ammo, do you know why they emptied it out? Wherever they emptied it out,
I guess for landing or whatever. You know, you got to
it
get rid of
was
that shit.
no, it was so they could make it home.
Okay.
Lighter weight of the plane doesn't
Oh yeah,
take
they dropped it. They dropped
fuel.
the fuel tanks and all
Yeah,
that kind of shit. Yeah, yeah, they
yeah,
did that.
but ammo weighs a lot.
But there was other times that he told me, and I was glad that he wasn't ruthless. He said they hit now this is a true story. They hit a troop train of Nazis,
Mhm.
and it was in the snow somewhere. And he said they came filing out. You know, they stopped the train, of course, and the troops came filing out like he said they looked like ants in the snow. And he said I just couldn't just go straight those guys. He said, but the other guys he was with were going out and strafing them and killing them and everything. He said, man, I just couldn't do that shit. And there was another one where they came across a couple of Nazi trainers, uh, planes, unarmed trainers. They're trying to train pilots, and his buddies would shoot him down, and he was just like, I just can't fucking do that shit. I can't do that. And they got and those guys got uh
Metals.
they did for shooting down enemy planes, and he was like, I can't, you know, they're unarmed, man. And they're like 20, he's like 20 some years old. There's 20 some year old guys in there. You know, it's, you gotta have a little bit of compassion, man. Come on.
Yeah. No. But worst part about it is we're headed back for that.
Worst part about it is what?
We're headed back for that.
We are. We are, and the worst part about it is all the things that those brave young men fought for are gone.
And
You know what I mean?
the worst part about it is it's not us that's going to do this. It's our kids, and they're not prepared for it.
Yeah. They just, I don't know. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe I'm too old and I know too much. But
Yeah, and
it's
that's
like
exactly it. I mean,
it's like,
it's you served, and you knew that if you had to pull the trigger on whatever it is you had, that somebody's going to die.
yeah,
But and to be quite honest, I've done it.
really.
But I can't ask our kids to do that. They don't know what it's like. They don't know what it's going to be like to have to deal with that afterwards. I mean,
Well, I think that my parents uh, maybe thought the same thing about my generation. We grew up in the 70s and we had it, we didn't know it, but we had it easy. You know, they had fought and paid those sacrifices, and then,
yeah.
and we had a good life and everything. And now it's just uh,
Now,
roller coastered into these kids of now. And you almost can't
we're
blame
gonna
them. They don't know any better, but they're not tough. They never been in a fist fight. They never been in a bike wreck. They never done any of this shit.
and no, they're taught what a safe space is.
I
And
know.
it's we're gonna send our kids off to war.
Yeah. Let China tell you about a safe space.
Yeah.
That's what that's one of my main things I try to get through people's heads here now is that there's a whole bunch of other countries that want to take care of shit and fuck us up. You know what I mean? And
You know what? In our country, we're teaching our military how to run to a safe space. That's not going to work.
No. I'll tell you something else about that too. I know I'm rattling my mouth big time, but I went to Great Lakes, whatever it was, recruit training command in 1986, October 1986. I picked the worst time. I'm like going winter up to Great Lakes. So it's gonna be cold as shit. And I remember what it was like getting off the bus and everything, and everybody's yelling at you and throwing shit at you and everything. I watched a video probably about a year ago about what is it like, because the internet and everything's on there. What's it like going to first day Great Lakes recruit training command boot camp? Now, and they get off, and it's girls and it's boys, and they're all like treated like snowflakes, and they literally give them like sweat, like sweatshirts and sweatpants and stuff, all comfy clothes and all this.
I
And I'm
never.
like, man, what the hell? What the hell? You're supposed to be getting yelled at and smacked around and shit.
Yeah. And that's what,
Keep your hair shaved and
in all honesty, that's what Beeson did to me. He could not touch me, but I'm still gonna fuck with you.
Back when I was in there, they could smack the fuck out of you. I mean, I don't think they were supposed to, but they could. They go, wow, and ain't nobody gonna say anything about that shit. And it would straighten everybody up. I mean, that was the whole thing about boot camp is you take people from the rank and file, you strip them down to nothing,
You
to
bring
nothing,
the individual down
to
because
nothing,
you
and then
are
bring them back up.
back up as a team.
Yeah, I
And
love that shit. I swear, I love that shit. I'm like,
God, that's what I went in for.
no, I didn't know what I was getting into. I really, I mean, I kind of sort of did, but it was I swear it was like, for me, it was like 4 days of suck. And then I was like, wait a minute, I get this. I get it, and all these other guys are in here with me and they were all going through the same shit, and,
Yeah. How many were crying?
how many, what?
How many were crying?
I didn't see any. I didn't see anybody cry.
Really?
I literally did not. I will tell you this, though. I will tell you this. We lived in a, it was called a division. It was Division 24. And we were in this one section. It was 80 guys. So we were a company 942. and there was another company next to us, and there was companies on top of us. It was like this big
Yeah,
apartment
I remember
complex,
that.
basically. Yeah, and in the middle was the quarter deck, and that's where everything. That was like the main hub of whatever. But we had, we didn't have windows, but way up top, we had these. We did have windows that you couldn't open up or anything, but they were like that shower glass looking shit. That was like you couldn't really see through it. But I swear to you, and I'm not joking, every single night there was red lights up in that thing where somebody somewhere had tried to commit suicide. Somebody somewhere, and it wasn't our company. We were all happy, man.
I remember.
Yeah.
No, I remember.
Yeah,
coming back.
we were the triple threats. We were the band and the singers and the fucking
I
drill
remember
team.
coming back first week basic training. Beeson's there, and I look out, and there's this guy up on top of the building getting ready to jump.
Yep.
And now, and nobody else has seen this. Nobody else is acknowledging this. And here I am in the fourth rank, and I step forward, and I am headed straight for senior drill. And I mean, before I can get to the first rank, Beeson is right there going, "What are you doing? You do not break rank." And I said, "I do if another soldier is in danger." And he
Good
said,
for you.
"You got to prove that." And I said, "Look up there on that ledge." He turns around and sees it, and he goes, "Stay here." He runs to the senior drill. They have a confed, and then all of a sudden they just break, and they pull that motherfucker off the ledge. And Beeson comes back to me. That Ranger sergeant comes back to me and says, "Don't ever do that again." Why? Should we just let him splatter himself? Let's if he wants out, let's get him out. But it's a blood splat on the concrete is not going to do that. Just don't ever do that again.
All of our jumpers. It's bad.
The worst part is after I got out of there, I went to my next assignment, and the first thing that happens is I get off the bus, and the MPs are waiting there, going, "Base commander would like to talk to you."
There you go.
Oh shit. Okay.
Sounds like a Yorgos.
And it's like, are you going to pull the same shit here that you did there? Well, hopefully not. But if I'm put in a position, I have to. I have to. Okay? He's like, "Don't show up in my office again." I'll try not to. Sure as shit, 3 weeks later, I'm back in his office. I did not make this shit happen. Okay? I had to do something about it. We're working on helicopters. A guy looks at the tail rotor. It's a hypnotic spin. I knocked him down. Yes. Sorry. Broke 2 fucking ribs.
We had the guy. We were on the bottom floor, and there was another company on top of us, and another company on top of us, and there's the other companies all around. But anyway, it was 3 stories tall, and we would get these guys that would try to commit suicide jumping off the top, and they would land in this one same mud puddle every time, man, like flat on their back, and they're perfectly fine. They ain't even bruised themselves. Ambulance have to come up and pick them up and shit. I knew another guy out in San Diego. This was horrifying. He decided to do it and slit both of his wrists. He had gone to McDonald's and got a McDonald's meal with a great big cup, and he drank. He ate the meal. He drank the thing,
Oh
and then
yeah.
he split both of his wrists and bled into that cup. Damn near filled up that whole fucking cup
Oh jeez.
before they found him and they saved him. And they cussed him out the whole time. You know, if you really want to do it, go this way. You know, I remember that shit, man. I was like, fuck, man, save the fucking guy.
Beeson would have been the same way. You want to do it
He
right?
was a, but
What
he
the hell
lived
are you
and
thinking?
he lived and he was a friend of mine. I think his name was Campbell. And he was a good guy. And I don't know whatever happened to him, but he bought a 10-speed bicycle and said he was going to ride back to Ohio. When he got discharged, and I said, Serenado, motherfucker. I don't know how you going to get over all the mountains and shit, man. But okay. On a bicycle. Yeah.
No, I know that every base I went to, every base, every fort, as soon as I landed, MPs were waiting for me.
Why?
Why? Because of that guy that was going to jump.
Dang.
My third. Oh, no.
The best thing to do is if you got your name here is to make sure nobody knows your name. Just act like, yeah.
My
but they
third
knew
post,
you.
My third post was in Fort Huntington, Georgia. 82nd Airborne. I get there. I'm going to jump out of airplanes. I get there. There's the MPs. And they're waiting. They're waiting for that roll call. And as the guys are shuffling out of the bus roll call, I just start heading for their Jeep. I already know you're here for me. Here I am. Let's go. And I mean, here's the base commander going, are you going to do anything like you did at your last base?
Hey, you're like the rock star.
Please don't make me do that. I don't want to. I just want to get through this. 2 weeks later, I'm in front of the base commander. Fuck. Getting ready to jump out.
Didn't they throw you in? I mean, if you were that much of a troublemaker, you must have spent tons of time in the brig.
You know what? And the worst part is that I wasn't trying to make trouble. I was trying to save.
That don't matter. That don't matter now.
No. When I was in 82nd, when I jumped, my last jump, I'm sitting there on the back of the plane. The Air Force was going to fly by and drop Humvees. I'm at the back of the plane. And one of the dipshits in the Air Force forgot to hook up a Humvee. So when it went out and they went, oh shit, because there was no chute opening on it.
Right.
I unhooked and went out the back door. Grabbed the hookup of the Humvee.
No, you didn't.
Pulled my chute. And as soon as the chute pulled on the Humvee, I let go and I float down to the ground. I should have stopped right there. But I looked at it and I went,
You should stop right there because you didn't do that shit.
I got this perfectly good Humvee, and my drop site is 6 miles down the road. I'm going to hop in the Humvee and drive there. You know what I got in trouble for? I'm not qualified to drive the Humvee. You're shitting me. I saved
You are.
I saved
You are. You are.
$2 million piece of equipment, and I am getting in trouble for not being able to drive it. This is bullshit.
I'm going to start calling you Tom Cruise.
Oh
That's like some Mission Impossible shit right there. You didn't do that shit, man. Get the fuck out.
I'm just looking at him like, you know what? I only got a week left here. Can we just? I'm gonna go back to my old fort and finish my training for Apaches. Can we just not mention this?
You know, I put the nose cone on the space shuttle.
I get back to the other fort and they're like, come here. Oh, fuck me. Here I am.
I gotta hand it to you.
Again.
I gotta hand it to you. That was a good story, but you're not Tom Cruise, I don't think. But that was a good story.
All I did was I thought what needed to be done.
In a movie.
If you ever do that,
In a movie.
Just sit there. Don't.
I want to jump and save the Humvee and hook it up back up to his parachute.
Yeah, but whatever you do, don't drive the motherfucking thing. Jeez.
It's how hard is it to hook up a Humvee that's falling free fall to a parachute that's undone, and then pull your own parachute out?
Well, okay.
I don't know. I think we should make a movie about it. I really do.
Okay. You were in the Navy. I don't think Marines. Okay. We all know Marines. We don't think the Marines are stupid enough to do that. But apparently the Air Force was.
Stupid enough to do that? Is that what you said? Stupid enough?
The Air Force. You have one job. Hook this hook on this line, and when it goes out, the parachute will come out. You had one job.
Mistakes are made everywhere. And there's dumb people in the Navy. I'll tell you something. I realized being in the Navy. Can I tell you one thing that
when I did that? I was a dumb person in the airborne division. One thing
that freaked me out by going into the military was this. I've always been, I always got C's in school, just average, pretty good musician, but other than that, I'm just an average schmo, Going in the Navy, you remember the ASVAB, the test you take? I got a 77 on it, and I was thinking, that sucks. That sounds like a C to me. And the recruiters were going, holy shit, he's got a 77. So they were going to try to get me, like that was a kind of a big deal. Not a big deal, but I guess what they were used to. But anyway, when I got into boot camp, I literally realized they took 80 guys. Our company was 80 men. And they scooped through the United States. We had people from Arizona, Kansas, Tennessee, North Carolina, everywhere. And they scooped us, put us in this one thing. And I realized almost immediately that I was smarter than like damn near everybody. Yeah. But what I was saying is, again, I always felt myself as an average, a C, average. So that told me this entire country, the rank and file, 90% of them are dumber than hell, you know? And all you have to do is be average and you can shine. Does that make sense to you? Did you go through that too? You were in boot camp?
No,
Most people were dumber than fuck. They were dumb as
statement
shit.
right there scares the fuck out of me.
What's that?
That statement right there scares the fuck out of me.
It scared the fuck out of me in 1986 when I saw it with my own damn eyes.
If you saw that then, think about what we have in the military now.
Or not just the military, but just the average. The if you just took a scoop and scooped 80 people out of the nation, you know, from all different places, and put them together, most of them are going to be dumber than hell.
Well,
I mean dumber than hell.
We saw something in the news about that just recently. We've had a lot of shootings at malls and shopping centers. And just recently, we had one guy pull out a weapon and shoot down the shooter.
Yeah, in the mall.
And that's like the 1%. 1% of a person responsible enough to decide we have a situation and I must put an end to it.
Yeah, thank God for that guy.
Yeah. But all of the other shootings, well, that's okay. What the?
Somebody was asking me, and I can't remember if it was you or not, if I thought the shootings were planned.
No, it wasn't me.
I just don't. It was you?
No, it wasn't me.
Okay, I can't remember, but I just I don't know what's going on, man. I mean, I honestly, you know, I don't want to talk like I know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't. But it's not guns. Guns aren't the problem.
No, it's the people. It's the people using them. And that's the way, you know, quite honestly, when I was a kid, you had a gun, you were responsible for what you did with it.
I think it's got a lot to do with, well, of course it's mental health, but I think it's got a lot to do with all these prescription medicines that people are going, oh, you don't feel so good? Here, take a Prozac or take a,
Oh my God.
you know. I was recently, you know, to be perfectly honest, I was on Wellbutrin and Celexa, two. And I don't want to get into the whole thing, but I just quit taking them all, and I feel like a ton better. But I've been smoking cigars, and to me, is, you know, I know it's bad for my health and everything, but I think it's
Makes
a
you feel
better.
better.
It's a way better antidepressant. I feel better. I don't feel all goofy and shit. You know,
My manager at work, and I don't know what all he's on, but he takes a day off work every once in a while to head to the doctor to get a new frickin' prescription.
yeah, it's I don't.
He comes back the next day and says, I'm feeling better until about noon. And he finally comes up to me and says, how do you do it? How do you do it? We're the same age. And I said, I'm only addicted to one thing. That's caffeine. My coffee cup is always full.
Yeah.
Okay. The only other thing I take is ibuprofen because my back hurts.
That's different. Ibuprofen doesn't get you high though. It helps with the pain.
Yeah, but I only take 3.
Yeah, but that doesn't. That's not even on the table here.
Right.
Ibuprofen, no.
But it's like that's all I do. I mean, all of these medications. Oh, excuse me. All these medications you're taking are wearing on you. You don't need them. He's like, well, if I don't take it, no. That's what the doctors told you. If you don't take it, you won't feel better. Huh. Yeah. then don't take it. See what the doctor says after a few weeks.
Yeah, I took mine for years, and
Yeah.
it wasn't helping me. I feel since I've gotten off of it, it's been about 4 months. I think
and
I just
that's
feel like me again. I feel like me again. And fuck that.
and unfortunately that's what the medications do now. They don't help you. They enable you.
I don't know what it was doing. I was kind of fooled into thinking that I was feeling better and stuff like that. But once I just said I'm not taking this shit anymore and stayed off of it for a while, um, I just feel like I'm me again. And the weird thing is I'm a prick, and I can be very prickish. But and I had people tell me when I was taking those things that I was not as prickish. But I swear, since I've been off it, I've just feel more clarity. You know what else happened? I swear to God, my eyesight got better. I
Yeah.
swear,
Oh yeah.
I can drive now without glasses. I don't wear prescription glasses anymore, and I don't know what the deal was with that. But since I've quit taking that shit, I can see better.
So
Is
now,
that nuts? Is that
I mean,
crazy?
I've had a lot of people. I've got because of my jumping. I've got knee problems. Well, why don't you go to the VA to get that taken care of? Well, first off, the way it is now, it's a meat market, and I really don't want to die.
VA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been in there.
And I had another guy come in my shop. He's retired military, and he's retired railroad, and he will have nothing to do with the VA. I'll go there if I want to die, because that's what they do.
We got a pretty good one around here, but I've never been in there. But they say it's one of the best in the country.
My second ex-wife works for a hospital, and every once in a while they get together. All the hospitals in the area to talk about shit that's going on in their hospitals. I guess I don't know,
Right.
but the person from the VA had no clue what they were doing.
It's hard to get good help anymore. Ever since COVID, you can go to Burger King or the VA or to CVS or wherever, and nobody knows what they're doing. And you're just thankful that they're working, because so many
Oh,
people just quit
I understand that, but
quit for
I
freaking
mean,
working.
being a vet and going to the VA, and they
Yeah,
have
I know. The VA should be the most premier hospital that
it
there
should
is.
it
They
should.
should be.
Uh,
But they're not.
um,
Because it's like it's like the post office. They're federal workers. They don't give a shit.
if you walk into the VA, it should be like Walter Riley in DC. That
Walter Reed. Yeah.
yeah, any and yeah, anybody that walks in there, you are a priority,
There's another one out there, Johns
not
Hopkins.
a number.
Yeah, it could be like that. Yeah.
But
Sorry.
they treat it as just a number. Oh, you're not that bad. We had a case here in Arizona that a young man, younger than I, went in there and they went, your situation is not that bad. He walked out in the hallway and committed suicide. and we should not have that happen.
That's incredibly sad.
He couldn't take it anymore. But they offered no help. No help.
Well, I really can't comment on this because I have no dealings with the VA. But if that's the case, that's no sense to it. But I will say this. I will say this. And not to downplay what you just said because that's incredibly sad. I think a whole lot of people are playing up this PTSD thing more than what it really is. And I'll give you an example. I've got one of my best friend's sister said that, and she's always been goofy in the head, but she said that a guy committed suicide in the apartment next to her, and she heard the gunshot. So from now, for the rest of her life, she's suffering from PTSD. And I'm like,
oh my
bullshit.
God.
That's bullshit. Okay.
The guy on MSNBC fired a full auto AR-15. He fired 2 shots and said, I have PTSD now.
You see what I mean? It's like,
no, you don't.
It goes back to when women singers started saying they were divas. And a diva is like the 1 or 2 top singers in the world. But when, J-Lo's a diva, you're a diva. No, you're not. It's like the top 2. So PTSD, back when my old man was, coming out of the war, and I grew up with military people all over the place, from Vietnam to World War II, Korea, everything. And they would call it shell shocked, but you didn't talk about that shit. You did not talk about that shit.
Right. And
I'm not saying it's not a real thing. I'm not going.
I didn't say you
but
did.
I think it's overplayed. I think it's overplayed like crazy. Man, I walked into a hospital in Fairfax, Virginia, and actually, to make a long story short, walked into the wrong room, and there was a guy with a skill saw going up through a guy's breastbone, a dead person, and there's bone and flesh and shit flying everywhere. I guess he was doing an autopsy. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. And he had goggles on, and there's meat and bone and shit all over him. And he looked at me and just laughed. Didn't laugh, but he smiled and waved to me, and I shut the fucking door. And for about 3 days, man, I had PTSD. That shit fucked me up, man. I mean, I couldn't get it out of my head for like 3. But you know what? I got better. After like 3 days, I got better.
And in some cases, like yours, that can be a thing. I remember 2 years ago that in broad daylight on July 4th, we need beer. So I'm going to head to the store before it gets dark. And somebody lit off, while I'm walking to the car, somebody lit off one of those big frickin' loud fireworks in the complex. And all of a sudden, I'm laying on the ground, twitching, because I had absolutely no way to defend myself. All I had in my hand was car keys.
Firework.
One loud firework did it.
But how long did that affect you, though?
I sat there twitching for about 15 minutes because I know what it's like to be shelled.
Man.
And
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said what I said.
that sound brings that all back. So, I mean, it's no. Your statement was absolutely correct. There are levels of it. The guy that on MSNBC that shot 3 rounds out of an AR-15 and has PTSD is one.
And he'll claim it for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
He'll claim it for the rest of his fucking life. It's just like what I said about this girl I know that she heard the gunshot the guy killed himself with. She didn't see shit. She didn't, it's like, man, fucking life goes on. I've buried a son, okay? Life fucking goes on. People that act like they're the victim and everything, and again, I'm kind of the hard ass because I grew up with all these World War II vets and Vietnam vets and everything else that never showed one inkling of any of that shit. Never. They had it. I guarantee they fucking had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fucking had it. I mean, I literally don't know how many people my dad killed. How do you think he slept at night? Knowing he bombed houses, it could have been children and everything else in there and shit, and
I mean, that's the worst part about it is how do you determine what these people have gone through? I mean,
well, you don't. I mean, every case is different.
Oh,
but for somebody to just lean back, there's so many people that. My point is, there's so many people that just lean back on that. I've got PTSD, so I'm a victim for the rest of my life, and I should be compensated or whatever. Man, fucking get over it, man. Fucking bury one. I shouldn't even say that, man. But go through a child dying, and then see if you can come back from that. See if you can come back from that shit. Because I have, that's the worst thing that could happen to anybody.
I've never been one of those to go,
good.
I've got it. But New Year's, 4th of July, I'll tell you right now, I'm huddled up on the bed, hugging my dog. And he knows why.
You shouldn't be like that.
I'm not going to run to the hospital going, I have PTSD. I know I do.
Well, what you should do is go get a bunch of fireworks and blow that shit off, man. And then it's done.
Oh,
really?
Oh no. You don't want to do that around me. I got a bunch of gunpowder. I'll set something off that, you think that was big.
But you know what I'm saying? Instead of powering, you should, embrace it somehow and blow some shit up, man. Don't blow yourself up, but, fucking.
I never consider it cowering.
And I'm sorry to use that word. I am.
I look at it as that Milo helps me deal with it. I don't like the 4th of July. I don't like New Year's. He doesn't like thunderstorms.
Well, puppy dogs don't like all that loud shit. They don't like that.
Yeah. Well, no. No, actually, he didn't give a shit about 4th of July.
Hmm.
So, but when I grab a hold of him and hug him tight to me, he understands why I do. And the last thunderstorm we had, when he started shaking, I did the same for him.
Oh, God.
So that's why I got him. We understand each other. We need it. We need each other more than anybody will ever understand.
No, I understand. I have a cat. Believe it or not, it's my best friend in the whole wide world.
I don't know. Try hanging on to a cat for a while. Kind of like trying to herd them.
My cat was raised with dogs, so he thinks he's a dog. No shit, and he's like damn near 20 pounds. He's a big ass cat, and he never goes like cats go. He never does that. He growls like a dog. He could see somebody riding a bicycle down the road, and he'll go "Rrr," like a dog would do. He does all this dog stuff, and yeah, he's my best friend in the whole wide world. He's great.
And that's it. I mean, that's why we have them. They're, I guess, they're an extension of us.
Well, I'll be honest. Since COVID, right before COVID, I went empty nest. My daughter, who I was raising, moved to Japan. She got married and moved to Japan. And since then, I don't know, last 3 or so years, it's been me and Claude, my cat. It's been me and him. We hang out. I got 2 acres. Um, kind of cool, very cool house, and we just hang out together. And he's my best friend. He got hurt the other day ago, and I had to kind of help him out. But
Right?
he,
All I
he's,
know is that
he's a lot like a dog. He's a lot like.
all I know is that when my ex left, she took all the animals with her. One of them being the original. If you look back at my past videos, you'll see that the dog has changed. She took the original Milo.
Oh, that's
I tried
see.
to deal with that a lot.
So are you just starting your divorce, or is it almost
Oh
done?
no, we're 2 days from getting the default decree.
2 days from what completion?
No, not completion, but getting the next step taken care of, where she is not going to fight it.
Is this
And
is this your first one, or not that it's any of my business? I've had two. I've been through 2 divorces, and they both
two,
yeah, two. They both
two. I'm going on my third. Third. But she took them, and so the worst part is she talked shit to people. And of course,
well, they all do.
Fat Man really helped me out.
Oh,
And
cool.
I looked up the site here in my city, Maricopa County Animal Shelter, and I found Milo.
What?
His name was actually Milo.
But she was supposed to be taking care of him, right?
Oh no, not the same Milo.
Oh, okay.
So this is it is completely different dog, but his name was Milo.
Oh, okay.
But she told people that I found another dog and named him Milo. And
What's that got?
she
What's that
actually,
got to do with that?
she was actually going to fight me on that you got another dog and just named him Milo. And when I said, no, I actually have documentation that dog's name was Milo.
I've got his birth certificate right here.
Yeah. So basically, I've got documentation to say his name was Milo before I got him. And if you want to take this to court, I'm more than willing to take this documentation in and tell him you're full of shit. She
The judge would have laughed you out of that freaking court.
I know.
Are you kidding me?
You know that. I know that. She was like,
Are you kidding me?
okay, I'll let you have that one.
I mean, we're going to go to court over the name of the dog that you got from the shelter.
Yeah.
No.
Well, the worst part is that in the divorce decree, because of the YouTube channel, I says you will have no part of Milo on the Ready. You have done nothing for the channel. You will have no future rights to this channel. I'm small time. I'm not monetized. But you have no rights to this channel now or in the future. And she got pissed off. She goes, no, you need to change the name of the channel. I'm like, no.
Wait. You're talking about the YouTube channel?
Yeah. And I said, no.
Kidding me?
This has been an established channel for over a year, and I will not change the name of the channel. She says, well, take my dog off there. And I said, I will not use any pictures of your dog from here on forward.
You're fucking with me, man. You're fucking with me. I know you're fucking with me.
No, I've got all this in emails and chat. But yeah, she tried
You will take. I'm going to court. You're going to take my dog off your channel. You can't have no part of my channel. Nobody give. You know what? 4 people are watching right now. Yeah, I don't think you really have that much of a channel. I'm sorry, but
yeah, no. But that's what she did. She tried to. I'm like, all I can think of is you got to be fucking kidding me. You had nothing.
I got to get a lawyer for this.
At one point, I actually thought I did.
And the judge is going to be going, what the fuck are you talking about? You got a dog from the shelter. You got a dog from the shelter, and your ex-wife doesn't like his name, and now you're trying to split up a YouTube channel that nobody gives a. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is not making any fucking sense.
Honestly, at this point in time, I think we should have done the Solomon thing, where they brought the baby to him.
No, it's not. No, I know the story you're talking about. No, it's not. It's not that.
I think that should have happened.
It's not. We're going to cut the baby in half.
Let's cut the dog in half.
It's nowhere near the baby cutting in half. It's nowhere. It's not even. This is misdemeanor shit. It ain't even misdemeanor shit, man. It's like he said, she said shit. It's all the fuck it is. You can't. Any lawyer or judge would laugh you out of their fucking office with this shit.
I am
man.
so.
I'm sorry, man.
That's what I hope for. That's what my dream is. because if she tries to fight this, she just doesn't.
What's her phone number? I love this woman. I swear to God, I
You want
want to meet her.
you want her address, phone number?
She
I
good
don't know.
looking.
No, she has to remain protected because she thinks I'm coming after her. No, I'm not coming after you. Get the fuck out of my life. I'm
All right.
done.
All right. Well, that's going to cost you some money, but still.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, it's going to cost me a little bit of money, but
Any
not
divorce.
not.
Hopefully, you don't have kids. When you do a divorce with kids, it
Oh no,
really makes it
no
difficult.
kids, no kids.
You just got that dog you got from the shelter
I got my dog. She
with the
got her,
wrong name. You got the wrong name.
and I got proof that that's what the dog's name was before I got it.
And I was still, you could be like somebody from the shelter with a notary stamp the thing. His name was really Milo.
I have that. I have the documentation on that. Well, no,
You're killing me. You're fucking killing me, man.
on Facebook, she told him I went out and got a new dog and I named him Milo. No, no. His name was already Milo. Fuck you.
I'm sorry. It's just funny, man. I'm sorry. You could say fuck you. I deserve a fuck you. It is fucking hilarious, man.
No,
Oh my god. Oh, keep going, man.
you can ask Fat Man because I actually took the bus down there to get him. And Fat Man provided the ride back. But yeah, as soon as I saw that dog, he looked at me and went, "We're going home. We're going home." Yeah, we're going home. We're going where you
Okay,
belong.
good.
And he's laying out on the floor out there now. He usually jumps up on the bed when I'm in here, but
Not knowing he's in a custody battle.
no, only his name, which will be lost. But no, she finally relented to everything. I get to file a default decree, and everything that was agreed to is that's what it is. Monetary, the house. Now, well, she has no claim on the house. That's one of the biggest things that my one of my biggest things was just get her name off this frickin' property.
Yeah, all that stuff sucks. I hate litigation. Cannot
Yeah,
stand it.
and and when everything happened, she gave me 3 weeks to file for divorce, and then she said, "I'm taking over." So you take from March 9th, 3 weeks would be the end of March. And she said, "Well, I'm going to take care of this. I'm doing it." We're now into July. And the worst part is, on a Monday, I'm going, I have to go out on a date with a woman, and if there's no paperwork filed, I'm still married. That's bullshit. So before I went out on that date, I headed to the courthouse with paperwork and filed it. Boy, did she get pissed off. I'm going to fight this. What are you fighting? I'm agreeing to everything that we've agreed to before. And I'm sorry, but you gave me 3 weeks. But after 3 months, you still haven't done anything. So I want this to be done now. Took some time, but she finally relented and realizes that I have not varied from our original agreement, and she is not fighting. Which reminds me, I really need to fill out the document so I can take it out Monday. But yeah. Divorce sucks.
I think they should make it hard as it is to get divorced. I think they should make getting married that hard. You know, does that make sense? I think it should make it really fucking hard to get married.
You want to get married? You want to get
You got to
married?
go through a load of shit.
You need to shoot each other in the foot first.
Well, maybe not that, but just make it just really a tough process. I will tell you this: when you finally realize that, yes, we are divorced, oh, what a sweet day that is. You want to go to Applebee's and drink up all the drinks they have.
Okay, Ricky Bobby. We're headed to Applebee's.
Oh, well, it could be anywhere. I don't care. But it's a really good feeling. I remember I came out of court last time, and I was right behind my slutty wife and her slutty attorney. And I just stopped him. I went, stop. I said, does this mean we're divorced now? And he turned around and went, yeah. I went, good. And said, let me miss you. Yeah. And that was a good feeling. It was like, wow, I'm finally divorced. I'm done with this bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, that's the way I feel right now. And that Monday when I filed the paperwork, I felt empowered. Okay, this is my 3rd divorce.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And they filed the other 2. But this time I felt so empowered when I filed it. Like, I don't give a shit what she does. I have that document in the courts says,
yep. And when it's done, don't ever do it again, man. I've done it twice. I ain't trying to tell you what to do or anything. I've known people who've been married 5 times. I mean, it's like, what are you thinking about?
Really? 5 times?
I mean, 5 times.
I'm not the biggest idiot.
No. But the thing is, if I do, run across a chick that I like and we hang out and, everything's good and everything, let's be a couple, man. I ain't marrying nobody.
You know what? Honestly, that's the way I am now.
Yeah, I ain't doing that again.
I am committed to you and I love you, but I'm
not even going to put the butt in there. I'm not even going to do the butt. And if they bring up marriage or something like that, I'm going to go, well, then we'll cross that bridge when we're way past it. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that again. I'm not doing
What?
that.
What? You want a ring on your finger? We'll cross that bridge
When we're way past it.
when I'm
That's the way.
dead.
That's an old Bob Dylan line. We'll cross that bridge when we're way past it.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
we'll
Which
cross
means
that
we're
bridge.
not going to cross that fucking bridge.
We'll cross that bridge when I'm dead.
Or, whatever. I don't
Yeah.
know. Let's wait a while and talk about it. Stuff.
Yeah.
The
No.
whole ring thing, and I have a ring around, or this is the one that got away, believe it or not. This ring I keep. And it's the love of my life, and we can never be together. We're not married, but I think the point I'm getting to is this whole thing. I hear these advertisements on the radio all the time about jewelers and rings, and and you think about it. You put a ring on a woman's finger, and yes, it's special and all that kind of happy horse shit, but it's a piece of metal with a rock on it. And what does
Yeah.
it do for you? Does it cut your grass? Is it a lawnmower? Is it no? Fuck no. It's still $9,000 worth of shit that doesn't do anything. And she's still gonna fuck around on you. Because that's what they all do. I'm sorry, but that they all cheat. All
Now, now, I will say this in defense: she did not, but she was a very poor money manager.
well,
And,
that can be a part of it, yeah, for real. Yeah.
well, no, our car's gone. I mean, I'm fighting to pay off bills.
A drain. A drain.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Like a parasite, like a vampire or something.
yeah.
Yeah, I know those types. Yeah, I know.
So I will not say she cheated on me. She didn't. She just. I
I got you. I got you. It just didn't work.
mismanaged money. That's all I can say.
Well, and that all goes back to trust. And with me, as far as relationships go, I think, love is, of course, love. Everybody has been in love, and it's a thing that's hard to control. However, trust should be above love.
Yes,
And then it's trust, love, and then I don't know, compatibility and
yeah,
finances and all that other happy horse shit that comes underneath. But I really think that trust should be the last girlfriend I had, for some reason, and maybe it's because I'm Yorga, but I always seemed like I was guilty of something when I never was. I hated
yeah,
that feeling of feeling like, where you been? Where you? I ain't done nothing, man. I've been, hanging around here or whatever. What have you done? And that may be suspicious of her.
yeah.
It's like, why are you always accusing me of doing stuff? Maybe you're doing stuff. So
In my case, it was I should have seen this 2 years ago. And
we all do. We all do that.
well, no,
We all do that. Hindsight. I should have seen this coming. But then love gets in the way.
hey, why does it?
Yeah,
Why?
because
Why?
it's a human emotion, and it's something
Yeah,
that we cannot. If you're truly a human, you can't get around that shit.
yeah. I know, honey. I'm sorry. I I know what happened. I support you fully.
Yeah.
No, she shot a 357 Magnum through the front door of our apartment caused all of my firearms to get confiscated.
Wow, that's pretty heavy.
Wait. For protective reasons or security. And then when I said, you know, you can get those back in a couple of days. Well, I don't know if you know what happened in Arizona, but our attorney general was a dipshit. And so for 6 months of me going, can I get my weapons back? We don't know which one was used. Hey, fucktards. The one with the spent cartridge? Maybe. I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist here, but if somebody admits to doing something and you have some proof, finally, I get them all back. Then she drinks some more whiskey and calls 911 and says, I think he went to the bedroom to get a gun.
That's all she has to do, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, but you know what? Yes, normally,
Yeah.
yes. But I had sense enough to be sitting on the living room couch and throw it on video that I never went to the bedroom, and she's sitting there telling the 911 operator that. And I'm just like, you're joking, right? Police
I think you had the same wife I had. I really do.
police show
When I threw the roll of paper towels at her.
Yeah. Police show up.
My husband is abusing me.
And of course, you know, they got to get her out of there for her safety.
Right, and they talk to you separately.
And then, no. Oh, Jesus Christ. You might as well have had the SWAT unit out there.
You do look like a suspicious person, I have to tell you.
I am. But, I mean, as, you know, okay, step out, turn around, hands in the air, blah, 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 blah. And they put me in handcuffs. And now I'm sitting on the cattle guard of a car. And they're like, she said you went to get a firearm. And I looked at the Mesa Police Department and I said, yeah. And I say she's full of shit and I have video to prove it.
Yeah, and they know when people are bullshitting too. They're smart enough there.
And all of a sudden they went, we'll be right back. And they went off for a bit and they come back and says, I'm sorry, sir, let's get these cuffs off of here. Okay. That's a good start. I should not be in handcuffs. Okay, sir.
Yeah, always cooperate.
With everything that's going on tonight, what would you like to do? And I looked at him. I said, I'd like to be sitting on my couch drinking beer. I said, okay, let me be more specific, sir. What about her? Oh, I'm sorry. She's not allowed back in. And if she does come back in, you will need to be present.
Good for you. When I threw the paper towel at mine, she called 911. And ran over to her after the cops came. They separated us. Ran over to her brother's house saying that I was gonna. And I know I'm repeating myself, saying abusing, and her brother and his son were going to come over and beat my ass, but they were like, Gary, you wouldn't do no shit like that. She stayed with them until, I told them, I called them and I said, wait till she starts getting weird. And she started getting weird. And they called me and said, you know, what the hell is up with Kathy? And I said, I told you.
Yeah.
They ended up kicking her out. They ended up kicking her out of their house. And she came back to my house. It's kind of a long story. I was going to work and I got a heads up. So I took off work. I'm sitting on my front porch and she pulls up. We own the house together. And she had nowhere to go. So she's going to try to move back into my house.
Yeah.
And I called the cops. The cops came over. And once she was there, she's kind of freaking out and everything. And they said, as long as her name is on this house, she can break out every window in this house, whatever she wants
And we
to do.
can't do anything.
You got to let her back in. And we're separated. I mean, I had to let her back in to live there.
See, now in Arizona, if something like that happens, you can actually file an order of separation.
I did.
Well,
And it was she lived there for I can't even remember how long. Maybe a month or so before finally that court order came in and said, you gotta go. And you gotta go. And I actually went out and got her a place. I paid for it, for like a month or so. It was called In Town Suites. It was like a hotel, but people live there, monthly or whatever. And I got her one of them, and she was like, "You can't do this." I'm like, "I'm doing it. You got to go, or I will call the cops, and they will take you out of here. But I got you a place, you bitch. Yeah. I got her a place, and then she ended up liking living there. Yeah, believe it or not, she liked living there. So,
I look at it this way: is you got two choices. You either leave or come at me, because when you come at me, I'm going to shoot you. Because
and then you'll go to jail for the rest of your life. You can't be like that, man. You gotta. Well, I had kids involved, okay, and I had to take care of my kids.
I don't.
So I couldn't do anything as drastic as that. I had to play it out and make it work, and it all worked. Yeah. And I mean, even my kids went to court and said, Dad's the guy that we want to stay with, not her. So,
well, in mine, it was, I'm leaving. I'm gonna leave. And after she bitches for an hour about this, I finally say something. I says, if you're gonna leave, leave. That's when she called 911.
Yeah, but people do dumb shit.
Yeah, well, hers was certainly dumb shit.
But most times, at least the cops around here know who's telling the truth and who isn't.
Well,
I mean, they separate the people and they talk to them and everything.
Well, and same here. I mean, the two guys. I mean, when they got here, honest to God, I understand they're protecting their ass. They have to take all the precautions they need to, because they want to go home.
Yeah.
And so I was very compliant with their request. A few times, because of my hearing, I said, "Can you repeat that?" They were very understanding about that. And when I heard it the second time and could understand it, I complied with their requests. we had no issues. And then when they got to me and said, okay, this is what the call is. And I says, well, I have video to dispute that. Would you like to see it? And they went, I don't think so, sir.
Yeah, they already knew.
I'll be right back. And they talked to her and found out she was full of shit.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the way I've always looked at it. If a police officer asks you to do something, do it. I mean, right, wrong, or indifferent.
Yeah, man, and I don't care if they're
You know what
20
the
years.
police
I don't care if they're
officer
20 years old. I'll say yes sir, no sir, all that stuff, whatever. Yeah. In fact, when I get pulled, and it kind of freaks them out sometimes, and it's not often for me. I can't even remember the last time I got pulled. I haven't had a speeding ticket in years, but I'll roll down the windows and throw my hands out
Yeah.
just to let them know, because I do have a concealed carry. You know. That don't mean I always have one on me, but I'll still throw my hands out just to let them know I'm good. I even had one cop go, "Why the hell were you throwing your hands out?" I said, "Just to know, just
that
you to
you're
know
safe.
You're safe."
Yeah.
You know?
I am no threat to you.
Roll the window down, throw both of your hands out,
Yeah.
and just let them know. You know.
Wait till they issue the next command.
Well,
And that's what I did.
they're not. You know, I don't care what anybody says. They're not out there to try to start a bunch of shit.
No,
And,
they're not.
and if they pull somebody over, they want it to go as easy as possible. You know, so make it easy on them. And again, if they're 20 years old, shit faced 20-year-old, yes sir, no sir, everything with me. You know?
It doesn't matter if they've been on the force for 2 years or 20 years.
I don't care.
None of them want to pull a firearm and shoot another person.
Hell no. They don't want that shit. Yeah.
But
all they're gonna see is my hands hanging out. You know?
yeah,
Both of them.
if you comply with their requests, you can avoid a lot of shit.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, there's no way you're going to fight them and get out of it. I mean, that's a fight that you're not going to win. You know, even if you try to take off and try to get away from them and shit. No, hell no. That ain't going to work.
What was the song? I fought the law.
And the law
won.
Yeah.
You know, why even try?
Yeah, I don't. All right, look, brother. Man, the sun is coming up here, and I got shit I got to do today, and I'm gonna go to bed. But it's been great talking to you. Man.
Yeah, we'll have to do this again. But next time you got to wear the squid lid.
The next time, what?
You got to wear the squid lid.
Oh, I've got it. I've got it here. I can wear it. I got all that good stuff. The old Dixie cup. The old Dixie cup. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta find those things again. I have so many of them. I think.
All right, man.
I got 5 or 6. I won't.
Well, you take it easy. It's been great talking to you. And County Yoga signing out.
Have a good one.
All right, you too.